वो स्टेज पे बट अभी जो नॉर्मल में एफेक्टिव कमेंट्स तो पहले जस्ट वो
नहीं 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 सर ये वाला भी चालू है फोन
ये चालू है
रहने दो इसको एकदम रहने देते फिक्स रहने फिर क्योंकि सामने का दिखा रहे हैं ना ऑर्डर पर ठीक जितना सेट करना रहेगा फिर उसके हिसाब से अपना उसको सेट कर सकते हैं देखो आप ऐसा आइए ये फोन करना
ये ठीक है
ये कैमरा देखो अपना
चलो
तो बस फोटो
इसमें
Okay, and sequence तो वही है. उसमें sequence का change नहीं हुआ. ये देखिए ये
एक बार देखिए
A very warm good morning to everyone. I'm Dr. Devi Shri and extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Green Horizon Summit 2024, organized under the CSIR One Week, One Theme campaign by CSIR-NEERI Nagpur. The theme for the campaign is Ecology, Environment, Earth, and Ocean Sciences and Water, which is aptly abbreviated as E3OW. I welcome our chief guest, Sri Ajit Kumar Saxena, CMG Moil Nagpur, our guest of honor, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, Director Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research Development and Design Center, Mr. Mahesh Avle, Chairman CII Vidarbha Zone, Dr. Kannan Srinivasan, Director CSIR, CSM CRI, Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR NIO, Mr. Sri Jamdar, Vice Chairman, CII Vidarbha Zonal Council Partner Kinetic Gears, our esteemed Director, CSIR-NEERI, Dr. Atul Vaidya, all the guest speakers, panelists, scientists, and research scholars. I'm delighted to have such an esteemed audience gathered here to navigate sustainability for a thriving future. Indeed, today marks a momentous occasion as we come together to discuss critical issues and innovative solutions in sustainability. I now request all the dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp. Thank you, everyone. I request Dr. Amit Bansiwal to kindly escort the dignitaries to the dais. So I now request Director CSIR-NEERI, Dr. Atul Vaidya, to present the saplings to our esteemed guests and dignitaries for gracing this occasion. Thank you so much, sir. I now request to begin the summit with the inaugural session. So to set the tone for the event, I would now like to invite Dr. Atul Vaidya to deliver the welcome remarks. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all. As we know, the title of the program reads "One Week, One Theme." I just give briefly idea for outsiders, of course, those who are not from NEERI, that CSIR, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, is working all the laboratories. There are 37 laboratories. They are basically working on 8 themes. So one of the themes is E3OW, as it is mentioned here. It relates to ecology, environment, earth, ocean sciences, and water. And this last year, as per the directives and suggestions of our Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, CSIR laboratory celebrated 1 week, one laboratory. I think some of you were here also last April. And this year, suggestion was that
thank you so much, sir.
1 week, one theme, so that it has a broader representation as compared to the laboratory. And under this, already 6 programs for 6 themes are over in this year. This is the 7th one, and probably one more
to have such an esteemed audience
materials will come in the next month. So as we can see that ecology, environment, I always morning I was discussing that when you say E3, this theme practically covers whole of Earth. So Earth is there. So below Earth and above Earth, everything is covered in this theme. And environment is in addition to that. Ecology in addition to that. So flora, fauna, earth, water, everything except space, obviously. And the issues are very diverse. And CSR laboratories are actually working on all these aspects. And under this theme, we take up a lot of projects of societal importance, of industrial importance. And this year, also, we have taken almost 12 or 13 projects of which will go to technology as in the field in coming 1 or 2 years. All related to industrial problems, societal problems, related to earth, environment, ocean, and water. And of course, you will be exposed. This time, probably we'll have, because there are 4 nodal labs in this. One is NEERI. Second is NGRI Hyderabad, National Geophysical Research Institute. Third is Director NIO, National Institute for Oceanography, Goa. And Central Salt and Marine Research Institute, CSIR-NEERI, Bhavnagar. Dr. Kannani is here. So there will be, at 4 places, there will be 4 programs like this. And concluding session will be on 13th at Goa, at NIO. Just to make everybody aware throughout the country that what CSR is doing under this theme. So that is the purpose. All of you know what CSR laboratories are doing, but collectively under the theme. And the topic selected for today's first inaugural is there will be, I think, Dr. Bansiwal will give the theme setting, but it is related to sustainability. And in coming years, everybody knows that sustainability is going to be a key issue. So you are going past the treatment, you are going past the compliance for industry, society, because sustainability covers everything and it goes beyond that. It goes to resources, recycle, circular economy, and making everything sustainable so that you use but you don't deplete. Something like that in short philosophy. So it's a complex subject and you need a lot of discussions on that, a lot of brainstorming and taking practical projects. So I hope today's discussions will take the message ahead and it will kind of show us the way, how we have to take projects, how we have to go ahead. So then I expect a lot of interaction between scientists and industry because problems of industry are to be known by us and industry should know what we can do. So with this short brief about the program, I stop here. I welcome you all to CSIR-NEERI for this celebration of 1 week, 1 theme campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Moving forward, we have the theme setting by Dr. Amit Bansiwal, Senior Principal Scientist and Co-Chair of Sustainable Environment Processes Sub-Vertical at CSIR-NEERI. I request Dr. Bansiwal to take the stage.
नमस्कार, सतपुर की गुलाबी ठंडी में आप सबका स्वागत है. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, esteemed speakers and panelists, distinguished guests from the industry who have traveled across the country and joined us today for this event, colleagues from various CSR labs. In fact, this program is live streamed on various social media platforms. So many have joined online also. So I welcome those who have joined online to this event and our friends from media and press. Once again, welcome to this Green Horizon Summit 2024, which is a part of, as our director has mentioned, a part of CSIR campaign on 1 week, 1 theme campaign, which was conceptualized by our Honorable Union Minister for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh. The idea was to have better connect, foster the connect with the stakeholders and interact more and more to the various organizations with whom CSR labs are working. So that is how this idea of 1 week, 1 theme was conceptualized. And as mentioned by our director, several events across the CSR laboratories have been organized. And today, this particular event is the inaugural event of part of series of events under this theme of E3OW, and other events will be organized in different laboratories, participating laboratories. We are really thankful to CII to partner with us, as CII provides an exceptional platform to connect better with the industry, which are our very, very important stakeholders. CSIR has been proactively working to translate laboratory innovations into market-driven, value-added technologies and products, and to strengthen stakeholders' engagement and simplify the licensing, technology transfer, lab-to-land transfer. CSIR has adopted thematic approach, as mentioned by our director, that there are 8 themes. CSIR has categorized different activities under 8 themes, and E3OW theme is one of the themes out of those 8 themes. The idea is to bring the complementary expertise together on a single platform and deliver the required findings to the society and to the industry. CSIR-NEERI is coordinating the theme Ecology, Environment, Earth, Ocean Sciences and Water, E3OW, and under which today's event is being organized. The focus of today's summit is as you all are aware that environmental sustainability is the key word and is a critical imperative to address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. So to foster the interactions and to work for the outcome-driven discussions, we have organized 3 panel discussions in today's event. To make it more interactive, we have kept panel discussions instead of simple talks. So I urge you all to be interactive, share your views, share the challenges faced by the industry so that our laboratories can work on them, take a note of them and work on those challenges and what kind of solutions industry is looking for. Please share all those inputs so that better connect can be established. So the 3 panel discussions are focused on water and wastewater management, environmental sustainability and decarbonization strategies, waste management and circular economy. So these are the 3 very critical areas as far as industrial development or societal aspects are concerned, and that's why we have chosen these 3 broad areas for the panel discussions. So during this panel discussion, deliberation will happen on the challenges and opportunities in these domains focused on various industrial sectors. And the goal is to identify actionable strategies that can address the pressing issues and pave the way for the sustainable future. So we encourage active participation of you all, and particularly from our guests from industry to share their challenges in these areas and types of solutions they are looking for. Your inputs will be very valuable in shaping the outcomes of the summit. So let us make today's discussion meaningful and impactful and leading to tangible steps towards a sustainable future, not for ourselves, but for the future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for aptly setting the theme for today. Next, we have a very special address from our distinguished guest, Mr. Shailesh Avale, who is the center head for SCL Tech Nagpur, managing his 160-acre campus, which is LGBC and USGBC Platinum certified. He has been instrumental in setting up this campus, which has 5,000 IT professionals. He's having 25 years of experience in IT industry. And before migrating to Nagpur, Mr. Shailesh Avale worked in US managing global customer. He's also currently the chairman of CII Vidarbha Zone. So now, please join me in welcoming Mr. Shailesh Avale, chairman, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests on the stage and all the participants. It's an honor and privilege to be part of such an important event where I think across the world we know everyone is talking about sustainability. While I'm coming from the IT industry, all our customers, in fact, are looking, for the industries like the companies like us, whether we are sustainable, carbon neutral or not. And you will see that, a lot of focus is kind of like, it's grounds up now. So it has become a mandatory norm, in fact, for the new contracts. And on behalf of CII, in fact, when we are meeting all our members across, the India, and everyone is kind of like being challenged or need, some kind of like support and help to overcome this important, subject. So having said that, first of all, I just want to thank Dr. Atul Vaidya. He has always been instrumental in collaborating with IIA, giving the platform, the solutions, and also helping us with all the research initiatives that they have been taking to take it forward to our members across Maharashtra. We had several events together, and today we all are here together again. So thank you, sir, for that support. As we all know, CII, in fact, just to give you a little background, particularly Vidarbha, which is part of the Maharashtra zone, we have been working on various initiatives, be it, the implementation of the national education policy across, the Vidarbha, or promoting, the IT industry in the region, or for that matter, like, bringing the buyers and the sellers of various MSMEs together in one platform. And today we are here, for the Green Summit So on various fronts, we have been working actively. If you look at, from the point of view of, since we are from Nagpur, I think I will just talk about Nagpur. As we all know, it's growing very fast. It's one of the transformative, the transformation, the big transformation that is happening in the city, right? A lot of manufacturing firms, IT firms, be it, the education, it's trying to become an education capital of India. Also the healthcare, the way the healthcare hub has been set up, I think it is growing rapidly. And while we are growing rapidly, I think it is also important to understand that how basically, we make it, the city more greener and more, sustainable. So with that direction, I think it is important to understand that the initiatives like this will bring in a lot of inputs, be it, in the scientific research that the organizations that are present here, or the innovative solutions that they are building, or probably in the area of, whether it is water, waste management, or for that matter, the making it a greener and a transformative, city. So with that, I think, only pledge that we all can take together is that how we can make Nagpur as a role model in making it more greener and more sustainable. And I'm sure the outcome from this conclave will have a lot of those ideas which we can take it forward and make Nagpur as the role model. So with that, I'll stop here. And thank you very much for NEERI for giving us, that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Able, for your invaluable insights. Now we have our next speaker, Dr. Kannan Srinivasan. I would like to give a brief introduction about him. He is the director of CSIR Central Salt and Marine Chemical Research Institute and an outstanding professor at the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, India. With a PhD and MSc from IIT Madras and postdoctoral research at NCL Pune, he has authored over 85 research publications. Recognized with prestigious awards like the CSIR Young Scientist Award and CRSI Bronze Medal, he has held fellowships in Germany, Japan, and USA. Currently, he leads CSM-CRI in advancing marine chemicals and environmental solutions of national importance. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning. Mr. Ajit, who is on a kind of an emergency, looks like. Anupam, Sailesh, Srijamda, and my colleague, Atul Vaidya, Sunil Singh, and Amit, and my friends here, and my colleagues, and my entire CSIR family, and all the industries who have been invited for this stakeholders conclave on this prestigious event, essentially done with an intent of discussing on one of the most complex themes of CSIR. In fact, I mean, there is a very recent development that happened. Okay. This theme being so complex, they said, I mean, it is extremely difficult for one director to manage this. And this has now recently been taken a decision that let two directors manage this thing. This is the only thing that has got that kind of a distinction. Okay. So, I mean, it is very complex. As Dr. Atul pointed out, this particular theme encompasses every damn thing. Every damn thing, I mean, it encompasses. And it's a very, very complex environment we live in, especially in terms of the ecology, in terms of the environment, and in terms of what do you call water. Okay, I mean, it is extremely complex situation at this point of time. And I mean, what do you call represent an institute, which is CSIR Central Salt and Marine Chemical Research Institute. We play a small role in this theme, especially in the domain of water. Water is again a very, very complex topic.
Okay, more I dig deeper into it, more it is basically becoming complex and complex. Of course, I mean, nature is also, I mean, the planet is basically formed. And nature did not make, okay, fine. I mean, let's give a kind of a planet Earth some 30% of water as a kind of potable water, and rest of the 70%, let us make it as a kind of a what do you call, saline. It did not make it that way. Okay, it did not make it that way. We have roughly around, I mean, 3.5% to 4% of the entire planet, and we are a kind of a growing population. And the necessities of water has been continuously been increasing it. Okay, thanks to all sectors are growing, whether it is a what do you call, industry sector or agriculture sector, or I mean what do you call, domestic sector. Every sector is basically growing, and water being an essential what do you call, commodity, with which, I mean, we cannot afford to say no to it. So we have to find multiple ways of conserving this water. I mean, or transforming this water into a kind of a water that is usable, whether it is used for industry or whether it is used for agriculture or whether it is used for potable applications. So this institute has been working on one of the topics which I'll be what do you call, discussing more in detail while in one of the session, as Amit was telling about this particular session on water and wastewater management. But the idea of forming these teams, and then celebrating this as a kind of a 1 week, one theme, is about pulling all the labs together, and then, I mean, make some sort of a synergy between the competencies of the labs and see how this synergy of the competencies are leveraged for the nation's growth, either in terms of industrial support, or whether it is in a form of a societal support, or whether it is in a form of a ministerial support. So that is the way, I mean, this whole concept has been what do you call, framed. As Dr. Atul was mentioning about 1 week, one lab. So it was only that one lab was celebrating the event. Now, I mean, the fact that a team is celebrating it on this forum, 3 directors are sitting. Okay, that clearly speaks. I mean, there's a kind of a confluence of ideas, confluence of thoughts, and confluence of what do you call, expertise, or getting leveraged in this kind of a forum. And of course, such forum gives a lot of deliberations, and the topic that was taken. I mean, I always say. I mean, I've written in many forums. Probably the 21st century, the most, maybe at the end of 2100, if one were to basically analyze which is the most what do you call, sought after word in the 21st century, if after 100 years, if one were to evaluate, and I always say this in my forums, and I write it also, sustainability is one word which will be basically coming at the end of the 100 years, because anything that we are going to do it, sustainability is extremely important. The reason being, sustainability is about not for the resources that we in this auditorium to consume, but for the people who are yet to be born. That is the most important thing of sustainability. Okay, because there'll be kids who will be giving birth in these decades, and they will be basically they'll be touching their 60s and 70s by the end of this century, and they will be having all the resources what we are today enjoying it, and we should not be putting any kind of a difficulty for them to suffer, and then they should not say that these generations or the Easter generations were responsible for improper way of resource utilization. And this particular conclave addresses sustainability majorly on 3 major domains: water, environment, and also on circularity. All the 3 are extremely critical and vital for endorsing the sustainable way of living. And I'm sure, this particular deliberations of this conclave would give some ideas, concepts, and thoughts, which I'm sure that students who are listening to this, sitting in their labs or sitting wherever they are, they are the people who are basically going to take forward and then make it as a kind of a reality. And it is for them that this particular conclave is essentially setting up a kind of a platform for such deliberations and thought-provoking discussions. With this, I thank you, Dr. Atul, for providing me an opportunity to come and then share my thoughts on this particular OWOT of E3 OWT. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your such a thought-provoking address. Would like to hear more from you in our next upcoming events. Now we have our next speaker, Dr. Sunil Singh, who is the director of CSIR National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, specializing in low-temperature geochemistry, earth surface processes, and biochemistry of trace elements and isotopes in oceans. An alumnus of Banaras Hindu University and PRL Ahmedabad, has received notable honors including the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award and National Geoscience Award. A fellow of INSA, IASC, and NASI, he has contributed significantly to international programs like Geospaces and serves on editorial boards of leading journals. Dr. Kumar is an esteemed researcher and educator guiding marine science advancements globally. I now request Dr. Sunil Singh to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm very sorry for my bad throat. And this is the impact of climate change. You can see that. So respected Sri Ajit Saxena ji, Anupam Agnihotri ji, Salesh Awale ji, our director Atul Vaidya ji, Bansiwal ji, Sri Jamdar ji, my dear friends, colleagues, it is indeed a matter of great pride for me to be part of this meeting. The 1 week, one theme which is arranged here for our theme, that is E3OW. And as you have heard, this theme is very, very important. This theme is very important in the sense that this relates directly to your well-being, whether it is ecology, whether it is environment, whether it is water, whether it is earth. I think it is directly impacting our life, and hence we have to take care of the entire thing. And the idea of having this 1 week, one theme, or 1 week, one lab was started by our Minister Shah. And he means everybody realizes that we do a lot of research in the lab, but it is not coming to the ground. We are not able to touch the problem of the mankind. Why it is happening? India is producing almost 2 lakh scientific paper. We are number 4, number 3. We are going in that direction. But the problem is the wisdom we are creating, the knowledge we are creating, it is not getting transformed to the innovation. Why it is like that? You see today in this hall we are sitting, any gadget you see, all the innovation, all the technology has come from outside. Whether this is your microphone, whether this is camera, whether this is light, anything. We people, means Indians, are not able to transform our knowledge to innovation. So this was the real great challenge it has been taken, and it is happening because the scientists are isolated. Means once upon a time when our Rishi and all those things were doing up in the jungle and all, they were not attached to the human being. I think it is happening like that. So the idea was to bring the people, scientific community to the people, so that we understand the problem and solve the problem. So I think this is the reason for this, having this 1 week, one theme meeting all over the across the CSIR. But again, here I think this is very much important. This theme particularly very important because today this green sustainability, when we are talking about, the problem we are facing, countries facing, our whole world is facing, because if in terms of temperature or global warming and all, if you see the CO2 which we are pumping to the atmosphere and globe, I think this is almost we have reached to the critical point. This is an emergency kind of situation. So unless we do something very path-breaking, a small thing is not going to help us, because if not today, after 10 years, I think the catastrophic event is bound to happen, because temperature, when we are talking about 1.5 degrees centigrade, it will come by 50 and all. The increase has already happened, because many of the people are already talking about 1.5 degrees centigrade increase has happened. But even if it did not have happened, I think within 4 years it will happen. Up to 2030, it is going to happen. Where is the escape? Because you know that the problem associated with all this global warming, so many things are there that unless and I don't see any any solution, because we are not going to stop our energy requirement. Means we are so much dependent on that. So how it is going to solve? So only solution I think is we have to stop everything. We have to rely only on the solar energy. Solar energy doesn't mean that we have to put solar panel. We have to work only whenever sun is there. Solar energy, the food is being produced, photosynthesis is happening, that is giving us food. We don't tweak the nature so much that it is not going to come back, or it is not going to revive within our lifetime. Unless it is reviving in the lifetime scale, I think the solution is not going to come. So hence, I think anything you do, you see, when in the beginning people were cutting the tree, they thought that, okay, furniture we can make of plastic, and that was fantastic, it was beautiful and all. But you know the plastic problem there. So unless we understand the whole system, and we understand the whole system when problem comes, the only solution is don't tweak the nature. Don't tweak the nature. And when it can happen only when I think this luxurious life we have to live. There is no alternative. So I will not talk much here. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, who is our guest of honor. So, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri is an IIT Kanpur alumnus with a PhD in Materials and Metallurgical Engineering from VNIT Nagpur, and a prominent figure in aluminium technology research. He has served as a visiting faculty under the UNDP at the University at Canada, and currently as a director of Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research Development and Design Center, Nagpur. His focus is on energy audits, environmental monitoring modernization programs, and developing low-cost material alternatives, driving innovation and sustainability in the aluminium industry. I now request Dr. Anupam Agnihotri to take the stage.
Good morning to everybody here. I said good morning. आजकल climate change, greenhouse gas emission, carbon footprint को लेके इंडस्ट्री काफी परेशान है. तो इस परेशान इंडस्ट्री के लिए 2 लाइन बोलना चाहूंगा कि निगाहों में मंजिल थी, गिरे और गिरकर संभलते रहे. आंधियों ने हवाओं ने बहुत कोशिश की, मगर चिराग आंधियों में भी जलते रहे. So, Honorable Chief Guest for today's program, Shri Saxena ji, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, distinguished guests, participants, delegates for the program, ladies and gentlemen, you can see boys and girls. At the outset, let me extend a warm welcome and heartfelt greeting to all of you here. In fact, it's honor and pleasure to be part of this 1 week, 1 theme campaign of CSR, which focuses on ecology, environment, earth, ocean science, and water. And I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing team of this program from CSIR-NEERI for the invite and honor extended to me. इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं. That's very right. आजकल हर जगह सस्टेनेबिलिटी की चर्चा हो रही है. I mean, everybody is talking about SDG, ESG, and more or less it has become a part and parcel of our life. You cannot, I mean, there has to be sustainability in each and every activity what we perform. आज बात हो रही है रिस्पॉन्सिबल कंजम्पशन की, आज बात हो रही है रिस्पॉन्सिबल प्रोडक्शन की. ये बात पहले नहीं होती थी. All of a sudden it has come into picture and it surprises me and everybody. If you look into the reasons for that, एक बहुत अच्छी report है. That's I think if you Google that, that's One Earth करके एक organization है. They say the way we are consuming and we are producing, by 2050, One Earth won't suffice to survive us. Country like India will require 0.9 Earth. Country like US will require 3 to 4 Earths to survive. That's the reason everybody is talking about sustainability, everybody is talking about SDG, everybody is talking about responsible production and consumption. दोस्तों, समय आ गया है कि हम अपनी उपलब्धियों पे विचार करें और नई चुनौतियों का सामना करने के लिए we should be ready. There are few things I'd like to share with you. आज जब पूरे the whole of the world is talking about the climate change, how to combat that climate change, people are talking about circular economy, people are talking about resource efficiency, decarbonization. I mean, today there is a talk about putting a carbon tax on whatever products we are making. आज कार्बन क्रेडिट की बात हो रही है. हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने लाइफ जैसी स्कीम की बात हो रही है. इनफैक्ट very latest, which is quite, I mean, in discussion nowadays, the government of India is the CBAM. Must have heard about it. That is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Friends, now onwards, if we export anything to Europe, there'll be a carbon tax on that. And that's going to be a very big number. So it is being discussed at all the levels of the government, how to tackle with that CBAM issue. That's a kind of a tax, carbon tax, which Europe is going to put on other countries, whoever is exporting to Europe. So, and of course, we will be affected for that. And the reason Europe is putting that, EU is putting that everybody has a carbon neutral commitment towards the globe. Like Europe has 2050, the carbon neutral commitment. So they are the first one to impose this carbon tax on other countries. Like they say, they want to prevent the carbon leakage in other countries. So they have come up with that carbon border adjustment mechanism tax. So after all, I mean, the India will be also affected with that. So what I suggest and what I propose and what I think also, it's like it's a high time industry, R&D and academia to come together to tackle this circular economy, sustainability, decarbonization, carbon footprint, in which we have to play a very important role. हमारे लिए हमको एक बहुत अहम भूमिका निभानी होगी. And the very first thing what we have to do is we have to change, which nobody agrees, nobody accepts that very easily, because the society, the government is looking at us and उनकी उम्मीदें हमसे बढ़ गई हैं, and we have to come into the new role. So in addition to that, the responsibility increases because, as you know, that India is also aspiring to become a developed nation by 2047. So there also this climate change, the commitment towards the globe will play a very important role, and our commitment to become a carbon neutral 2070, in which we have to play a very important, when we say we, it's a collaborative effort of industry, R&D and academia. So मुझे विश्वास है कि हम सभी लोग आगे आने वाले दिनों में इस दृष्टिकोण को साकार करने में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाले हैं. And the time what we have got is only 23 years. So very important. I mean, the years for us are, one is 2047, given by our Honorable Prime Minister to be a developed nation. 2050, when they say one earth won't suffice, and another is 2070. And मैं बोलना चाहूंगा कि भारत डेवलप्ड नेशन की कैटेगरी में तभी आ सकता है जब हम चुनौतियों का समाधान करने के लिए इनोवेशन को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, एक उज्जवल भविष्य मार्ग को प्रशस्त करने के लिए अपने ज्ञान और कौशल का योगदान देंगे। सो डियर फ्रेंड्स, अवसरों का लाभ उठाएं, ओवरकम द चैलेंजेस एंड चुनौतियां बहुत आने वाली हैं जिनका सामना करने के लिए हम तैयार रहें। मैं पढ़ रहा था कहीं पे कि चुनौतियां सबको नहीं मिलती हैं। बोलते हैं चुनौतियां सबको नहीं मिलती हैं क्योंकि चुनौती ईश्वर की सबसे सुंदर बेटी है। आई रेड इट समवेयर, मेरा नहीं, ये व्हाट्सएप का ज्ञान है। तो ईश्वर की सबसे सुंदर बेटी का नाम चुनौती, और भगवान उसका हाथ किसी योग्य वर में ही देते हैं, योग्य वर्ग के हाथ में ही देते हैं। तो अगर आपकी जिंदगी में कोई चुनौती आ रही है तो समझ लीजिए भगवान ने आपको उस लायक समझ लिया है, आपको उस योग्य समझ लिया है। एंड लेट मी शेयर विद यू, इंडिया विल बी वर्ल्ड्स फ्यूचर टैलेंट फैक्ट्री, राइट? It is not the India's decade, but it's going to be India's century. This is the statement made by Bob Sternfeld, a CEO of McKinsey & Company. And this is also makes sense to us because, as all of you know, that this Industrial Revolution 4.0, which we are in, which the world is in, the talent has to play a very important role, has to play a more important role than the capital. So, as you know, like our country, India, is third in the ecosystem, startup ecosystem, and we have more than 113 unicorns. So that's something, I mean, I can say that India is innovating now. And if we see the rank in Global Innovation Index, India ranks about 39th rank, and which it was, I think, in 2014, it was at 76 or something. So we have come more than 40 ladders up in last 10 to 12 years. So, and I look forward to seeing you all to be part of that innovative culture where the sky will be the limit and for our achievements and success. So the last thing we'd like to share with you as a researcher, as a students, as an industry person, that in coming days, the creativity will be the top skill a fellow has to acquire other than emotional intelligence and active learning. So, and of course, above all, that's a positive thinking, which will play a very important role. If I have time for 2 minutes, right? एक छोटी सी कहानी सुनाता हूं जो हम लोग सब लोग सुनते आए थे बचपन में, द पावर ऑफ पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग। एक राजा थे, कुछ काम कर रहे थे, काम करते करते उनकी एक उंगली कट गई। तो उनके जो मंत्री थे उन्होंने बोला, सर जो भी हुआ अच्छा हुआ। He was not happy about it. बोले नहीं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, इस मंत्री को पुट हिम इन जेल। मंत्री को जेल में डाल दिया गया जस्ट फॉर द स्टेटमेंट, बिकॉज ही सेड जो हुआ अच्छा हुआ। एक दिन की बात है, राजा शिकार खेलते खेलते जंगल में बहुत आगे निकल गए, उनकी सेना पीछे छूट गई। तो कुछ ट्राइबल्स लोगों ने उनको पकड़ लिया। ट्राइबल्स का कोई फंक्शन होगा तो बोले हमको मानव की बलि देना है, तो हमको मानव मिल गया है। तो जब राजा की बलि देने के लिए तैयारी हुई, तो जब तैयारी हो रही थी तो उन्होंने बोला नहीं नहीं, इस मानव की बलि नहीं दे सकते हैं, कारण है ये मानव खंडित है, इसकी एक उंगली नहीं है। तो छूट गया, राजा जी वहां से छोड़ दिए गए। राजा जी वापस आए, उन्होंने मंत्री जी को सबसे पहले जेल से निकाला और बोले भाई थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने हमको सही बोला था, जो होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है, और हमारी जान बच गई। पर सब कुछ तो ठीक है, पर ये समझ में नहीं आया आपको जेल में डाला गया तो इसमें अच्छा क्या हुआ। बोले राजा जी उस दिन अगर आप हमको जेल में नहीं डालते, आपके साथ मैं होता, आपकी बलि की जगह मेरी बलि, तो आपने मेरे को जेल में डाला, ये भी अच्छा हुआ। सो दैट्स आई मीन उसे द पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग का जो मजा है, दैट इज हाउ वी सेल थ्रू ऑल द ऑड्स इन आवर लाइफ। सो विद दैट friends, challenges are just doorways to new opportunities. This is what I say. Next 23 years, there'll be lot many opportunities, whether it's a researcher, whether it's academia, whether it's a industrialist. So it's a full of opportunities till 2047, and we should encash on that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate CSIR-NEERI for the productive and meaningful service to the nation, and of course, lot to the Nagpur, and wish you all best for your फ्यूचर एंडेवर्स। बस 2 लाइन बोल के खत्म करूंगा। कुछ ज्यादा वक्त लगेगा, पर संघर्ष जरूर सफल होगा। कुछ ज्यादा वक्त लगेगा, संघर्ष जरूर सफल होगा। हर संकट का हल होगा, वो आज नहीं तो कल होगा। थैंक यू एंड जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Now we have a very special address by our chief guest, Shri Ajit Kumar Saxena, who is the chairman cum managing director at MOIL, Nagpur, leads India's largest manganese ore producer with 11 mines across Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, brings 36 years of expertise in the steel sector. A BTech graduate in metallurgy from IIT BHU and an MBA holder. He began his career in 1986 at SAIL, serving in many key roles. He is also recognized with the Young Metallurgist of the Year award in 2000, and he is known for his technical, operational, and project management expertise. With this, I now request our chief guest, Shri Ajit Kumar Saxena, to please gather to audience.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, participants, young fellows, and all those who are attending this function, a very good morning to all of you. It is really a matter of pleasure, privilege, and honor to be interacting with this august body, where the topics chosen are so aptly that it is surrounding us day in and day out. You talk about ecology, you talk about the earth, you talk about the environment, water, wastewater, ocean, everywhere. I mean, such an apt selection of topic. And when I do not exactly know what was the idea behind 1 week and 1 theme, but I think that when institutions like NEERI are few and issues are many, then perhaps experts are asked to devote a week for a particular issue. So there are so many issues surrounding us concerning all these 5 aspects, but expertise is very limited. And I think not only NEERI, the CSIR labs, CSIR as an institution is known in this country for developing scientific temperament, for developing scientific researches. Similarly, CII, I think all the issues of industries interfacing with any of the bodies, whether it is government, whether it is financial institutions, whether it is other august bodies, they have played their role aptly. Industries, not to say much about it, they have created goods for your and mine consumption. So confluence of these three to address the issues surrounding us day in and day out. Perhaps I think this is one seminar, one conclave, which will come out with many solutions, and which are pragmatic and which are easy to adopt to address these issues. Talking about earth, talking about nature, I think circularity or even the sustainability is there in nature. Only thing is we have to identify from, if you draw a big continuum, like in mining industry, we are taking out the elements which have come out of volcanoes millions of years back, and now they are being used. So circularity is there. If you talk about ores, if you talk about minerals, if you talk about water, the system from ocean to rains and then going back to ocean. Circularity is there, sustainability is there. Only thing is we have to identify when and where and at what point of time and by what means. One of the fellow speakers has said about whether should we speak about the resource consumption, whether should we speak about the efficiency of process, whether if we talk about the optimal minimalism in our life around. So I think the issue requires addressing not only by the few, that is CII or CSI or industry only. The problem is all pervasive and all comprehensive. Some industry has produced something, somebody has consumed. Are they the only two who are getting affected? No. I think it is the whole society, the whole environment. So that is why such conclaves need to involve many and many more. Because sustainability or having a sustainable system or having a sustainable earth does require a kind of sensitivity and appreciation of the issues by each and everyone, and not only by the producer and by the consumer. So it need to be a way of life. It need to be a philosophy that yes, whether I should be using the resources to minimum or I am just using it because today it is as per my resources available in abundance. I think this earth, whether you could talk of one earth or many earths, this earth has sufficient resources to the need of everyone, but not to the greed of few. So we have to look at the optimum minimalism in our consumption. We have to look at the resource efficiency. We have to look at the circularity, which is already existing in this nature, and we have to create a society which adopt, and which is always appreciating that this is the earth which we have taken, which we have not inherited from our ancestors to use it as we want, but rather we have taken as a loan from our future generations. So we have to give it back in the shape which it is in today. So with this, my best wishes to organizers and to all those who will be participating to come out with the pragmatic and implementable solutions, even if it requires making people aware and create a better world for our future generations. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking and inspiring words. So before we conclude, I request Dr. Amit Bansiwal to present the mementos to all our esteemed speakers as a token of gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. So to conclude this inaugural session, I invite Mr. Sri Jamdar, Vice Chairman of CII Vidarbha Zonal Council Partner Kinetic Gears, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, dignitaries on the dais, fellow attendees, boys and girls, to this Green Horizon Summit under 1 week, 1 theme, E3OW. I am Sri Jamdar and I am honored to be speaking on behalf of CII Vidarbha Zone Vice Chair, and I am to express my deepest gratitude to all our distinguished guests, delegates, participants, moderators, or panelists. We appreciate the time and efforts you have taken to join us today. Your presence and participation have been invaluable in making this Green Horizon Summit a success. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed Chief Guest, Sri Ajit Kumar Saxena sir, Chairman cum Managing Director, MOIL Limited. Sir, your thought-provoking address, like circularity, is already there in the nature, and we have to be sensitive towards use of resources by all the stakeholders as really, invaluable. Thank you for that, sir. I would like to express my sincere thanks to our distinguished speakers, whose expertise and perspective have enriched our discussions. I would like to thank Dr. Atul Vaidya, Director, CSIR-NEERI, Nagpur University, CSIR-NEERI, and recently appointed as Vice Chancellor, LIT, LIT University, Nagpur, right? Dr. Sunil Kumar, Director, CSIR-NIO Goa, who is going to be the part of this concluding function. Dr. Kannan Srinivasan, Director, CSMCIR, Bhavnagar, Gujarat. Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, Director, JNA RDDC. Mr. Shailesh Aure, Chairman, CII Vidarbha Zone, Director, Center Head, and Associate Vice President, HCL Technologies, Nagpur. Dr. Amit Bansiwal, Senior Principal Scientist, Co-Chair, Sustainable Environment Processes, Sub-Vertical In Charge, ES and GE, Professor ACSIR, CSIR-NEERI, Nagpur. Thank you. Dr. Kishore Malviya, who is not present here, but it is needless to mention his name because he is also instrumental in arranging this program. Engineer Pratik Dhar Dwivedi, Technical Officer, CSIR-NEERI. This Green Horizon Summit would not have been possible without the generous support from our sponsors. So I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our corporate contributor partner, Microfilter Polymers Limited, and of course CSIR-NEERI Nagpur for providing such a beautiful campus, making all food arrangements, and providing resources and support. Sir, I request that this generous contribution will continue in our all future endeavors. A special thank goes to our CII Maharashtra Chess Council Secretariat, Mr. Roshan Kumar and his team, who is remotely supporting us. I'd like to thank CII Vidarbha Zone Secretariat, Mr. Anurag and Ujjwal. Of course, I'd like to thank Master of Ceremony, Dr. Devashri Khan, and all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this for the smooth execution of this program. I would like to thank all print and digital media outlets for their exceptional coverage of this Green Horizon Summit. Your support and coverage are instrumental in making this summit a success. As we move forward with the panel discussions, I'm confident that the exchange of ideas will pave the way of innovation solutions and collaborative efforts that will benefit all the stakeholders, not only from Nagpur, but from Vidarbha region. Let us continue to work together, leveraging our collective expertise and resources to create a robust environmental ecosystem that empowers our society and drives sustainable development. Once again, I thank you all for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jamdar. With this, we conclude the inaugural session, and I now request everyone to please raise for national anthem. So now, before we break for the tea, I request everybody to have a group photograph and request everybody to gather at the foyer.
Very good. You're from okay, great.
दोनों प्लीज उसमें से दे दो
पांच ही बैठेंगे ना तीन हटा दीजिए उनका नाम भी कर लीजिए निकाल दीजिए और नहीं करना है चाय बात करके लेना भी आपकी बुलाने चाहिए वो बुलाने चाहिए नहीं जरूरत ही क्या हो आप 1 घंटे बाद जाना है चेंज कर निकालना पड़ेगा अरे आकाश के बाद लाइक बस एक दूसरे की जिला में ने लेते सही मॉडरेटर रख देंगे एक से हटा देंगे दो लोग दो पढ़ लेंगे तो हां वो है चेयर हटवाना पड़ेगा अब बोला मीटिंग वाले हैं मॉडरेटर उनको बीच में रख देते हैं मॉडरेटर बीच में हां तभी तो सिंगल चेयर तभी चल पाएगा
अब 1 घंटे बाद आऊँ
धन्यवाद जी, चालू हेलो हेलो बीच की एक चेयर हटानी है, एक हटानी तो एक ही हटानी है, एक मॉनिटर भी हमें बैठेगा दोनों में दोनों में ठीक है, दोनों चेयर हटानी है, 5 लोग हैं तो क्या हो एक में तो दोनों बढ़िया ये एक चेयर को इधर लाना है, एक चेयर को हटा देना है, एक चेयर को हटा देना है, इसको हटा देना है थोड़ा सा। ये गाड़ी ये बीच में नहीं रखना है, साइड में, साइड पीछे कर इधर उधर ना इसको पीछे डाल काम नहीं है
थोड़ा सा ऐसे थोड़ा अलग
ऐसे करते
हाँ हाँ
क्या हुआ हाँ चलो ये रहना है बस ये वाला छुपा है ना वो हल्का ही कर दो हल्का ही कर दो
ठीक है।
ठीक है बेटे हमारा भाषा है तो जी जो कुछ बोलते हैं छोटी ऐसे वर्षन है मैंने बात नहीं बिल्कुल लगा लेता है फिर अगर फिर नहीं आएगी कौन चीज शुरू बताइए हाँ जी बहुत सोना
हाँ मावली जी।
लास्ट चेंज कर देना हाँ
ये हो गया चार्जर बैठेंगे किया वो केवल किया करके वॉइस नहीं वो उधर तक खाली बना
कितने बैठने वाले हैं? 4
पाँच लोग
चीफ गेस्ट को पता हटा दिया ना, कोई भी ले जाओ, ठीक है, हाँ, दो कोई
लॉयर कोई ऐसा स्पेसिफिक हो है
एक बार थी ना,
हाँ दोनों निकल रहा है ठीक है
वो अभी जब जल्दी बुलाना है सब सेम ही है ना वो स्टेटस ही और उनके पेमेंट तो होंगे ना एक्चुअली लेने लोग जा रहे हैं सारे लोग दे रहे हैं ये तो डायरेक्टर सर का है कि इनके लिए नहीं है क्या अभी जो yeah payment by it is only corporate. They are big corporate, multinational. Big corporate who has this infrastructure. Otherwise, it is not possible. I mean, I did be some other small company. They will influence the run company. They don't have any problem. One of the sites on site in Rajasthan near the Israeli. What is it going on to this state moratorium? And the money to pay for Tamil Nadu this Hanipet. Yes, but then we have ready.
So अनुराग जी को पूछना पड़ेगा This was beautiful. Sure. So Rajesh Puri sir coaching है पीछे head है chair है
चेयर है ना, चेयर है एकदम वर्टिकल चेयर है क्या कोई वर्टिकल क्यों हमारे आईटी पकड़ी है।
राजेश बिनीवाल सर क्या है अपना चेयर है को चेयर है क्या है नहीं अपना नहीं मतलब मेरी
चेयर है मेरी की बात कर।
अच्छा ठीक है को चेयर है कन्नन श्रीनिवासन है डायरेक्टर से
मेरा पूछ रहा है अभी के मेरे हिसाब से इसको
नाम बोल
उधर चले जाओ एक बार और सबको और फिर से बोल दो। बेल मार दो नहीं तो कहाँ है बेल का लंबी बेल मार दो।
कोई बात नहीं
ये भी बताइए। सोहन खान सोच सचिन
ये मेरे हो गए
नितिन श्रीवास्तव जी सौरभ मोता
अभी हमारे पास चार एक
वाले
तो दो से शेयर कर देंगे और लोग आ रहे हैं ऑडियंस नहीं है
कोचर है
तो यहाँ पे तो किसी को सुनाई नहीं देगा ना क्या होने से वहां तक नहीं जाएगी।
मुझे भेज दें।
हाँ सर मैं केसर को बोलती हूँ आपको भेजने के लिए ठीक है मैं पीपीटी भी भेज देती हूँ पीडीएफ भी भेज देती हूँ ठीक है ठीक है
कोचर है
हाँ कुछ Joining us, Assistant Cannabis Dr. Kannan Srinivasan, Director CSIR-CSM-CRI. Mr. Udyan Shraddhi, Technologist, Environmentalist, Turvastu. क्या हर उनका हर जगह हर नाम है तुरबाशु है कि तुरबास्तु है तुरबाशु है कि तुरबास्तु
আমার নামটা ওঙ্কারনাথ করে দিবেন।
ओंकारनाथ
হ্যাঁ ওঙ্কারনাথ।
ठीक है Business Unit Head, Reserve India Private Limited. Energy Chairman of
Indian Water Work Association.
तैयारी अच्छी करते हो
सर कल तो मुझे ऐड कर दे क्या स्टार्ट करो we'll start Welcome back everyone. We now move to the panel discussions. So today we have 3 panel discussions lined up, each addressing critical themes related to sustainability and environmental management. So first, we now begin our first panel discussion of the day on water and wastewater management. This session will focus on critical aspects such as holistic water management, rejuvenation of water bodies, integration of technology in policy making, and the pivotal role of stakeholder engagement. To moderate this panel, I invite Dr. Rajesh Bibiniwale, co-chair of the Sustainable Process Environment at CSIR-NEERI. Joining with us as esteemed panelists are Dr. Kannan Srinivasan, Director CSIR, CSM-CRI, Mr. Udden Shrauti, Technologist, Enviro Energetics, Mr. Tarbushu Bhattacharya, Business Unit Head, Reserve India Private Limited, Dr. Omkarnath Mukherjee, Chairman of Indian Water Works Association, Nagpur Center. So now, let's dive into the insightful discussions. And once the session is over, we'll open the floor for question and answer to ensure your thoughts and queries are heard. So now, over to you, Biniwale sir. Yes.
So this session is basically the future of inaugural session. And on the time, we are not sustainable. So that is what is the sustainability definition we heard in the inaugural session. And inaugural session has borrowed time from the first panel session. Okay. So we are having the paucity of the time. Therefore, I would like not to go into the presentation mode. Even if you are prepared, my apologies not to allow that to the presentation. But then we will go extempo. I have got the 4 esteemed panelists on this water and wastewater management. And this particular session, when you say water, Dr. Kannan has already said it's a complex, and when you dig deeper, it becomes complex and complex. It's more complex in terms of when you're talking about not only technological solutions, but the policy matters, what are the regulations, what are other things which are stakeholders engagement, behavioral aspect, many more things. We have a lot of experience as a NEERI working in the field for water and wastewater both. And for us, as a scientist at NEERI, water and wastewater are 2 different departments. But for this panel, it's a one subject which we are talking about, because wastewater is also more or less 95 to 97% is water. It's a resource which is hidden over there. So let me introduce my panelists. Dr. Kannan, who has been introduced in the inaugural session, Director of Central Salt Marine Chemical Research Institute, Bhavnagar, and a very good scientist known to us from early 90s. We were quite trained working on the catalysis, and at that time, a lot of things on the water as well. I have Tavashu Bhattacharya, who is heading the Rosa. Rosa is RO, sir. That's what I have overheard you talking to somebody. I'm good at my ears, so I can catch up. And this is particularly, he has very interesting and innovative ideas which he is putting into the field. We will listen from him. Then Mr. Mukherjee, who is representing here as the chairman of Indian Water Works Association, who keeps us together about discussions on the water at various forums, and of course help us in contributing in a better way. We have Mr. Uday Shodhi, who is technologist from Enviro Energetics, and he has also had very good ideas on even water body rejuvenations, which we will be looking at. So let me start with the discussion, and I would like to go with the sequence in a way. I will start with Dr. Kannan. Dr. Kannan, when Dr. Kannan talks about the water, it is a bit spicy because he talks about the marine water. Okay, so if he doesn't talk about the normal water, his water is a little bit spicy, and he tried to extract that water, and that's what we heard for the desalination. In fact, the desalination is something which is a big area nowadays, and why big areas? Because the fresh water availability has become a question, and desalination does not necessarily only mean removing the salt like NaCl, but then other aspects of the desalination are quite great. So, Kannan, on the desalination things, and particularly when we are talking about the desalination plants, which are like huge in the capacities, and sometimes you need a distributed or a small plant around. What is your take on this, on the desalination? How does it look at the future technologies? Yeah, okay. But the strategy of putting the mic off is after you start speaking, not before.
Good. Rajesh, thanks, Rajesh, for this opportunity to be part of the panelists. I'm happy that diverse kind of people are there in my panel. See, I think the number of, I just wanted to put it in the India's perspective. We have roughly around 9 states and 4 union territories in the country, which has coastal environment in this country. Okay. And to the best of my knowledge, 63 districts can be classified, which is roughly around 10 to 12% of India's total number of districts, which are basically in the coastal, which can be classified themselves as made up of coastal districts. And water in those places are becoming increasingly saline because of the ingress of what you call salinity. Okay, and salinity ingress is now, I mean, there's kind of 2 definitions. They say one is near coastal, this is something like from a few kilometers from the coast, and coastal, this is something like from a few tens of kilometers away from the coast. Okay, if whatever the parameter that you have to define it, the ingress of salinity is becoming increasingly more. And that is also causing a kind of a severe stress in terms of availability for major applications. 3, in fact, I would say. Number 1, potable drinking water for the households. And number 2, the brackish of the water is becoming so increasing. The agriculture is also going to be affected. So we need to have a kind of a system for agriculture. And 3, if there is any kind of a coastal industrial establishments are there, freshwater requirements are inevitable. So for all these sectors to give, one of the things one of the possible solution that one can easily think of based on the global experiences. Based on the global experiences is desalination. Okay. And I was basically seeing how desalination as a market emerged in this country in the last 20 years and how it is going to emerge in the next 20 to 30 years. And I am, what do you call, based on the kind of an interest by different coastal states, there's a huge amount of desalination capacity is going to be put up at different places because water is going to be a pricey commodity which needs to be given. And unfortunately, I mean, we cannot live without that. But at the same time, okay, we strongly believe, I mean, as an institute, we strongly believe the decentralized approach of desalination plants is a way forward for our country. And that's what I've been telling to all the ministries wherever I am, given a kind of a presentation with secretaries of different departments, especially Ministry of Jal Shakti and all. Okay. The reason is India is increasingly become a kind of a networked country in terms of water distribution. In terms of water distribution, we are creating a kind of an amazing pipeline and distribution network. I'm coming from a state, Gujarat, where I mean almost something like around the phase one, something like around 60 to 70% of the entire state is covered with a kind of a pipe to water distribution. And that is one of the big dreams of the Jal Jeevan Mission also, to have a kind of a complete pipe network for providing the clean drinking water for every household of this country. And for this establishment to be already in place, or which is likely to come up in the future, and given that desalination in a distributed manner makes sense for three major reasons. Number one, leveraging these kind of networks makes economically attractive. Number two, going to have a kind of a lesser concerns. Yes, we do have concerns, lesser concerns in terms of reject management. In terms of ease of reject management, it would be much easier if you are putting a kind of a smaller size desalination plant in a more distributed manner. For me, a smaller size desalination plant, it would be of the order of 1 to 5 MLD. Okay, and then distribute it. Okay, given that, I mean, this is a kind of a pricey water. Okay, and the third important thing is the capex, which is involved in the distribution of in the installation and commissioning of these plants. And such kind of a distributed network, if we are going to establish it, and we will be basically, I'm told that we would be kind of, okay, I mean, in the next 20 years, we will be putting up roughly, I mean, the cumulative, values that they were paying is close to something like around 500 million to 1 billion liters per day kind of values that they were talking about for the desalination in the next maybe 10 to 15 years. And if you are going to distribute it like this and leveraging these networks, I think we should be doing a kind of a greater service in a sustainable manner, cost competitive manner, and at the same time, an economical solution that can be offered for providing drinking water. That's the way that I consider desalination as a kind of a great opportunity for this country. Thank you.
So, Dr. can continue for another question, then we'll move on further. Because desalination is not only for the coastal area, which you have given a good account of it, as well as the reject management you spoke on it. But then there are industries which has got a lot of water, which has got salts other than and sometimes geogenic contaminants along with it. Like mining industry, mine water, huge amount of mine water. Although you spoke on up to 5 MLD kind of plants, which are the smaller and distributed could be. But then these are the several billion liters of water being pumped out in the mine things. Then the steel industry has got a very different aspect of it, and mineral and metallurgical industries as well. So what are the kind of technological interventions which are important in these areas, and what is our role as a CSIR, which you see as one of the lab which we are pioneering? So
yeah, I think I agree with you, Rajesh. The major thing is, whatever the solution that the decentralized approach of desalination, largely pegging it for the potable water purpose for drinking applications. As far as industrial utility is concerned, I mean, for a country like India, especially whether it is a reject management or for the industrial water requirements, large size plant for the captive use is the way by which one can always look at it. In fact, I mean, I had an experience when I was discussing with the Andhra Pradesh government a few years back. The principal private secretary to the chief minister said, for every industry that is going to come up in Andhra Pradesh, I mean, the water that is going to be managed will not be sourced from rivers. It will be basically sourced from oceans. Okay, I mean, or the coastal Andhra Pradesh only they have to manage it. So where, I mean, the industry requirements are pretty large, as Rajesh has been pointing out. I mean, your requirements, and that's why, I mean, you will see the largest desalination plant in this country is also in the industry. It's not in the potable sector. Okay, so Jamnagar, I mean, as Udayan was talking about it. So I fully agree that we need to have a kind of a large size solution for the industry sector. Yes, the complexity comes in there is based on the nature of salinity, the nature of the materials that are going to be associated with it. I mean, that is where the complexity comes in. Okay, like for example, we have been as an institute, we have worked with the two different industries of late in the last 2-3 years. One for Tata Steel and one for NTPC. One was a kind of a power sector, the other was a steel producing sector. And both of them were having a kind of a saline water waste. Okay. And unfortunately, before our intervention, especially for the Tata Steel, before our intervention, they were basically what you call, they were requiring roughly around, the requirements are not that great, but still, I mean, something like around 150 meters per hour. Okay, 150 meters per hour. Maybe I mean, couple of million liters per day. Okay, a few million liters per day was a requirement. It's not huge for an industry perspective, but still, I mean, it would if one were to look at it, it would cater to several, at least tens of villages in our country. Okay, millions of liters a day. I mean, at least few hundred million, because our per capita in the rural is the all put together is only 55. Okay, and in the urban it is 130 liters per day per capita. Okay, that's the kind of a number that we are talking about it, and that is for all put together. If it is only for, I mean, kind of a drinking and cooking, which is where, I mean, these kind of quality water are going to be there. I mean, it means less than 10 kind of, okay, for the rural sector, or maybe less than 15 kind of, less than 15 or 20 kind of an urban sector. And for this kind of stuff, I mean, the quality of the water, the nature of the requirements was completely different. They said, and the steel industry said, would not want any chloride to be there. We don't mind even sodium to be there, but we don't want kind of a chloride to be there. Okay, that's because of the MOC which is going to be involved in the systems. And they said, I mean, and on top of it, they also say that, I mean, the recovery percentage, if you're going to give more than 90% or 92%, then it makes a kind of a business sense for it. So these are kind of challenges. What is the nature of the ion that needs to be removed? And what is the kind of a recovery percentage that needs to be addressed? When you are going into different kind of a solutions and different kind of a, and one of the things why I said complex in the morning speech is there is no single solution that basically fits. Unfortunately, there is no single solution. One of the major, I don't want to say, one of the major challenges, or to an extent of failure also, I would say, for a country for putting the desalination in a smaller capacity there is because we did not understand that, I mean, every site has got the same kind of solution. Every solution can be basically adopted for. No, it doesn't happen that way. And exactly the same thing happened in the case of Tata States. I'm so happy that, I mean, right now, a 20 meter cube per hour plant is operational. Okay, and we were happy to say that something like around 600 million liters of water was saved because of the technology intervention we made in that industry. Okay, I mean that's a big number. I mean, and it is counting. It is counting. 600 million days is a month before, and it is counting. And that is the amount of water that we basically saved. Okay, that is the amount of water that basically we saved. So I think the kind of an implication on the industry, we'll have to address it each one at a time and provide a kind of a right solution. And sometimes the solutions can be integrated using multiple technologies, not one single technology, multiple technologies, by which we can surely address the problems. And the science on this front has been growing significantly. Lots of newer materials, lots of newer membranes, lots of newer composites, lots of newer processes are getting emerged. And I strongly believe, I mean, the water needs of both industry as well as the domestic needs would be surely done through the science and technology development laboratories.
Yeah, thank you, Karan. Sir, this brings us to what he talked about the numbers which are in the rural areas. That is about 55. Although there are claims that 70 electricity is also being given, and 130, 135 electricity, that's the norm in the urban areas. Whereas some cases like Pune, till recently had 300 was the number which was actually being supplied a few years back. That was there in non-metered water. So it brings to the kind of the requirement of fresh water and the management of the wastewater in a holistic manner. And I would like to have your views on this. And then particularly when we are talking about the wastewater, it is going to the kind of water bodies at the end of the day. So the rejuvenation of the water bodies. Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
Thank you, CSIR-NEERI, for providing me this opportunity to interact with such an august audience. And I was very much afraid when I came here. I see doctors all around me. Specifically Dr. Vidivale, I know since quite some time. And I thought it's going to be a writing session for me. I went back to my college days. I will start the whole session with a quote from Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo says in his book Life Divine that all problems of existence are basically problems of harmony. It's just that we as human beings are not living harmoniously. In the previous session also, that is what was prophesied by Sir, I believe. That somewhere we are losing that balance with the nature. I continue with some bit of, because I also do have experiences on reverse osmosis processes, what Karan sir just mentioned. See, in an industry, the whole idea is that you take water, use it the way you want it, in quantities, and just throw it off. Not in my backyard. This has been a syndrome. Always. We don't want waste. अपने घर में नहीं चाहिए. Balcony से भी कचरा बाहर दूसरे के घर. So same way, industry also behaves the same manner. They don't want things, so they take good water, put it into a process, and then there's a lot of wastewater which is left. And this wastewater, because of ZLDs, as a mandate, they want reverse osmosis processes. In this whole scenario, what we are doing is that we are looking at end of the pipe solutions. Rather than looking at end of the pipe solutions, we need to look at beginning of the pipe solutions. I'll take an example of textile mill, for example. Textile mill uses a lot of dyes, a lot of finishing chemicals. That water is pure water. That water contains from all these dyes, finishing, soaps, detergents, synthetic materials. So rather than putting into ETP, can we look at resource recovery of this? Water is good, as Dr. Binori also said. Saline water is 98% water only. It's only the 2% which is bad. So water, wastewater is one and the same thing, only the degree of impurities is what distinguishes between water and wastewater. So what I suggest is if we focus our attention not towards the reverse osmosis process, but towards recovery of the various minerals which go into a metal industry or dyes which will go into a textile mill, if we are able to recover this before, then the water is as good as fresh water. So why I prophesize this is that when we look at reverse osmosis process, the biggest problem that needs to be addressed is the energy requirement. The energy requirement of reverse osmosis process is very high. Now, in absolute terms, if you do the water balance, when I say in absolute terms, it's not free to reject, to permeate, but the water required to generate that energy. For example, the boiler doesn't require much of water, but the cooling systems in a thermal power plant, they require huge water. So if the energy requirement is going to go up, what is going to happen is at the energy generation stage, there's a lot of water which is going to get wasted as cooling water. So having the same water is a question that we need to look at. See, local optimals cannot become global optimals. You have to, when you take industry, the Tata Steel has saved so much of water. But with that energy requirement going up, they have lost a lot of water in the cooling circuit. I'm sure they would have their captive generation of power, but is that water balance across that premises? Is it positive? So that's a big question mark. Now coming to this question which Dr. Miniwale, water bodies. Water bodies, which is very specific to water bodies. And in water bodies also, if we look at, it's a very complex thing. As engineer, as a mechanical engineer, when I did my engineering, I was never taught biology. I had some pre-credit course, probably in second set. And the biology of water is the most critical thing I realized after my 50s. Though I'm in this field since last 30 years. Biology is something, and whereas all the decision makers, all the infrastructure people who put up infrastructures, unfortunately are engineers. Either from civil background, mechanical backgrounds, or whatever, chemical engineering, process-wise. There's hardly any input of biologist which comes into this whole ballgame of treating water and using all this. And when we look at any water body, a water body is getting polluted. So are we having systems for protecting this system? This is a living being. For a human being, you have medicines. For so many things, you have medicines. And man is 70% water. And water body is water. But are there any systems in place to protect this most vital resource? Unfortunately, no. So there's a lot of work which is required into this. If घर का ही मैं उदाहरण लूँ, तो घर में a thief should not come in. So we have locks. Now we have, with the technology, we have a lot of alarm systems and whatnot. But what about the water body? कोई भी जाता है उसमें कुछ भी डाल देता है. कोई भी जाता है उसमें कैसा भी पानी आ जाता है. A water body is a living being. It encompasses of air which is there. It is a carbon sink which takes care of air also. There's a soil at the bottom which ensures recharge of wells. But what's happening to a water body? In the city of Nagpur, there are about 800 plus wells, open wells. But after 24/7, all those wells have become dump camps. So where are we? Where are we? So, and water usage per se in a village, if it is, let's say, 55 liters per capita per day, in urban, in my household, I wash my car with treated water. which comes from DW. I pay a very fancy price for it. So even I need to think. So the whole thing starts with water conservation or resource management is this that there's a lot of behavioral change which is also required. There's also a very are we looking at water in a more global way? That needs to be looked at. Not pertaining to a particular industry. For example, I take an example of some mills in Pudipuri area. There are mills which there are steel processing units. They produce big lot of acids, hydrochloric acid for cleaning metal. And the waste which comes out is ferrichloride. Ferrichloride is a coagulant, all of us know. So, but they have to be sedated. So what do? They put up the evaporant and create salt. A mountain of salt will not help you because rainwater will wash all that salt into some bottle. So can't we look at rather than those coagulants are required by some textile mills which are there again Pudipuri. So can this ferrichloride be disposed of into that textile plant and help that textile plant? So waste and wealth. See, it's only a human value which we are attaching. Waste is which has zero value, and wealth is which has all the value. So somewhere we have to redefine and start attaching a value to the waste. That would be, in a nutshell, my take on various aspects of water.
Very important point you made was like, why can't we protect our water bodies as we protect our homes?
Correct.
So just to give you, Jal Shakti has given recently a kind of a project for the 6 rivers, out of which Godavari is with me. My hometown is Nashik.
Yeah.
And in Nashik, nobody calls Godavari as Godavari, they call it Ganga.
Yes.
That's related to Ganga Ji. And I heard from my grandfather that in the 50s, if you want to take a deep in Ganga at Nashik, you have to bath at the home first. You cannot go and have a bath in Godavari. So it is something which is we were trying to protect our water bodies in that way. That for the religious purpose, yes, you are going to take on Ramkunda, you will go and have a deep. But before that, you have to have a bath at the home. So this is what the attitude and behavioral change we need to have. Instead of just a rock and police, it has to be here.
And so, for example, you look at the way we treat water. सुबह सूर्य को अर्घ देते हैं हम लोग, छठ पूजा के समय सूर्य को अर्घ देते हैं, मंदिर में जाते हैं तो वो वहां पे वो तीर्थ देता है, वो पानी होता है, पर उसको हम श्रद्धा से ग्रहण करते हैं। और वही चीज जब अमृतसरी लेक में जाते हैं तो अपना वो जो भी चिप्स खाए उसका प्लास्टिक गया होता है। तो हमारे मन का जो भाव है वो डिविनिटी से भगवान के सामने है, सूर्य भगवान के सामने है, लेकिन वो डिविनिटी अमृतसरी लेक को देख के कहाँ गायब हो जाती है। और वही अमृतसरी लेक में छठ पूजा होती है। मैं नागपुर का उदाहरण ले रहा हूँ। तो इसमें इतनी विसंगति क्यों है? ये विसंगति तो एक बिहेवियरल चीज है, वो हमें कहीं तो भी उसके ऊपर में सोचना पड़ेगा। एक इंडस्ट्री में हम लोग जाते हैं, या फॉर एग्जाम्पल हम लोग होटल में जाते हैं, इन 5-star होटल अटेंडिंग सम कॉन्फ्रेंस, फॉलो शावर, बाथ में नहा लो, बट घर में रहते तो बाल्टी से आदत कहाँ पे? तो कांट वी फॉलो दिस एवरीवेयर? इट इज अवर, ये पृथ्वी जो है, हम लोग प्रकृति के पूजक हैं। प्रकृति की पूजा सिर्फ सुबह 6 बजे करना चाहिए या पूरे ड्यूरिंग द लाइफ करना है? दिस इज समथिंग वी हैव टू लुक एट.
Shruti has taken us to a philosophical level. Let me bring back to the realistic world of business in the water, okay, because that's something which Bhattacharya ji is having a very innovative ideas. When I heard from him that something like a software as a service, which we all know is fast, he has some ideas and rather practicing as water or wastewater as a service. Bhattacharya, can you share this with the people so that what we can understand? Then we will come back to some other questions on that. But first, I would like to have this innovative from
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude both CII and CSIR for having me here as part of the distinguished panel. And again, I'm typically sales and commercial or business guy to be very precise. And sitting among stalls and then he's talking about so much of just let me interrupt over here. All doctors are also the good people. Don't worry. My intention is not that. I'm only providing the one people who are saying that Dr. Khanna is getting the complex. So I think, so basically at the end of the day, the business of water or in fact water as a subject, I believe is complex and it is a state subject. So what we at our organization also. So we thought that today, if you look at it, in India's GDP, the contribution of MSMEs and SMEs is close to around 50% in terms of overall value term. And if you look at these MSMEs and SMEs, their management for all these effluent related matters at their units is a major challenge for them. Because number one, it involves a capex involvement, which is of course a big issue for them. And number two, at the same time, they need to ensure that whatever they're putting up in terms of managing that water resource, managing that effluent, that meets the pollution control board of the regulatory standards. So what we thought that why not try and see what we can bring in terms of innovation of the MSMEs or the SMEs across India. And I think once we thought about this and then we tried and introduced a concept known as wastewater as a service. So it's a typically, if you look at it, it's a service where we say it's a pay per use or a pay per scale kind of system or model, where we charge the client based on the quantity of water which we are going to recycle for them. And of course, if there's an zero liquid discharge required, we provide that also. Because we have an entire integrated system starting from pre-treatment or retreatment to the final product evaporation. So we thought about this and we got this concept in. And I think MSMEs, SMEs, and in fact also blue chip corporates, what we are seeing over the last 7 years, they have kind of imbibed this and they're very happy that this kind of concept is there. So look what happens today for any industry. The major problem for managing effluent is that they need to have an entire setup for managing effluent. They need to have a team other than the equipment and machinery which is already there in place. So for them, we come in, we are saying that you don't need to do anything. We will manage the wastewater on your behalf. Since we are the experts, you focus on your main line, which is production or manufacturing. So they are very kind of enthused that look, we don't have to focus on this wastewater management. We will do the manufacturing, we will try and improve our production, and we come in, we do the entire life cycle management of the asset, maintain the asset, and do the operations and maintenance. And as you know, it is very customizable. So today, if there is a new technology which is coming up in 3 years, I can bring in the technology for the client and do an upgradation for him. Today, if he's paying me X, after the upgradation, he needs to pay me X plus 1 maybe. But he did not worry about the technology. Upgradation is being done by us and client. So that it provides a kind of comfort as well as at the same time, clients become, you can say the clients become very easy knowing that, yes, this kind of solution is available to us and we can utilize the solution to meet whatever needs are there in terms of the regulations. So over, as I said, over our last 7 years of operations, today we have more than 100 clients across India, which includes a lot of blue chips also. We work majorly with CUTPs and SMEs and SMEs, so which constitute more than 50% of our overall book. And there is also a kind of opportunity where we see that this kind of things, especially going forward, we have introduced a solution, a thermal integrated zero liquid discharge, because the MSMEs and SME clients are not aware of what solution or technology to go for, which would be best suitable for them. So we also try and guide that this is the kind of solution where the cost is also equally manageable, as well as you're getting the final liquid, zero liquid discharge or a solid discharge, which will help you in meeting the norms of the regulatory authority. So what we have basically done is we have invited both of these together. And this solution is kind of, you can say it's a kind of a tech agnostic. We are doing a lot of solutions from other providers also, where based on the requirement of what the industry is looking at, we try and fit in the solution accordingly. So this customizable solutions are at the end of the day proving a boom for these industries. And we are seeing a lot of traction for these kind of solutions. And in fact, I definitely like to say here today that as of now, we at ROSA are approximately per day, we are able to treat around 10,000 KLE and recycle 10 lakh KLE of water per day. That is what we are doing now.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So Mukherjee sir, this brings to you now. As an IVA person, looking at an overview of the technology selection, what he said was technology selection is also important. So it is not the best technology, it is the best suited technology for the purpose where you are trying to look at. And particularly when there is an urban and rural divide in the country, which unfortunately we are not able to fill up with many of the issues. But the ambitious government plans are like we want to reach to the last corner of the country when it comes to the water. And let it be providing the clean drinking water, piped water to all, or safe water to all. To the west, like what we call as Swachh Bharat Mission, who is talking about ODF plus now. So all this brings back to us what is the best suited technology and how we deal with it. I'd like to hear from you on this.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh, and thanks to CI and CSIR-NEERI for giving me an opportunity to be here amongst you. And sir rightly said, now we have started the Jal Jeevan Mission. So we will be supplying to water to each and every household. But we are supplying water, but it will create wastewater also. And the next program I think Government of India will be doing is wastewater. For that, actually, I think the selection of the technology, because in villages and everywhere, you can't go in for this MBBR or something like technology. So it should be suited to that. And for that, I think Dr. Kini, what he is doing is the right technology for the small projects and everything. But now I've heard, I discussed with him, and he has said that now we are going for big treatment plants also, STPs. So that phytorite technology, and they have innovated on that also. So it should be done in such a way that the cost should be less also. And what happens गांव में अगर देखेंगे आप तो लोग उतने ज़्यादा ये नहीं है, and they won't be able to handle the big plants and everything. जिसमें ज़्यादा technology का ये रहेगा. So that should be very simple. And I think CSIR-NEERI will be doing that also, so that people can, in the ground level, in the village level also, they can be able to make best use of the technology. And coming to actually what we have, the runoff part also increased a lot these days. And where it is going to the river. So something has to be done so that the water that is being run out should penetrate into the soil, so that for the groundwater we can use that. It is the most important thing right now we should do. The government policy should be there for that, because otherwise the runoff has increased, and for that there is urban flooding also going on. In Nagpur also we faced urban flooding. Then in about the treatment also, I'll say one thing. In Nagpur we are having that Ambazari Lake. The situation in Ambazari Lake is very, very bad, and it is becoming worse day by day. So for that also there should the government or the industry actually, because the industrial waste are coming to that as well. More of the industrial waste. Sir will be able to throw light on that. So it should be done so that the technology, selection of technology should be right actually. Otherwise, wastage of funds will be there, I think. So
Yeah, you spoke about Ambadari Lake. Ambadari Lake, basically, whenever this eutrophication in any lake appears, it is basically the large amount of nutrients getting discharged to the. It could be sewage, it could be industrial waste having something like nutrients. So segregation of the waste or the apportionment of the waste which is received by water body is need to be done, which is not done. Air pollution, there are a lot of things being done. And let me tell you, this is not only the Ambadari Lake issue. Myself and my colleague Kamit, we are talking about Anna Sagar Lake in Ajmer. Then there are several lakes Ritesh is looking at. So these are the lakes which are having the similar kind of problems. These problems may be slightly different in different areas. Source of pollutants may be different. But at the end of the day, eutrophication has got one thing to do. It is the nutrients in the water bodies. Okay.
actually, we have even printed a booklet also. Dr. Kapil has written in about eutrophication. Nagpur Center only published that. I think around 15 to 20 years back. So it is there in Nagpur also. So if anybody wants, they can collect it from us. And it should be done. Actually, the situation of the lakes is very bad, sir. I've been to many places in India. It is even worse day by day.
Yeah, you are right. That's a bigger challenge. So now it brings to the challenge. So let me put questions to all of you one by one. Same question to all of you one by one. To understand which is the biggest challenge you look at for sustainability in water and water. Wastewater is a challenge, therefore I don't call it as a sector. Water sector. Biggest challenge as well as biggest barrier, what do you think? Starting from the Dr.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I said before, the biggest challenge is deployment of the right technology at right place. Is to me, I mean, is a need of the hour. That's the biggest thing. I mean, which we need to. Because he was telling, okay, I echo his sentiments. But, I think, as I said, one size doesn't fits all. We need to have multiple technologies and multiple places, multiple technologies, and suiting to that kind of a technology at right place is one of the biggest challenges that I would say. The opportunity is in conservation and behavioral mindset. What Suryan was saying, okay, conservation and behavioral mindset is something which needs to be inculcated. It needs to be inculcated. And if we do that, okay, every meter cube of water saved is like every meter cube of water prevented for treatment. So that way, I mean, we have to look at the things. And that's where the opportunity is also there. Like, when somebody is talking about river runoffs, okay, I'm told Gujarat has such a beautiful water conservation network. And because of that, I mean, today the district where I am from, Bhavnagar district, okay, roughly around 55, this is from the horse mouth, 55 to 60% of the water and my district is drinking is coming from Narmada, which is 300 kilometers away from me. Okay, and that's the beauty. I mean, the system is already created in that place. I think that is, if we have a very good distribution network, conservation network, we will be, I mean, what we call addressing this problem in a much more better manner.
Yeah. Same question to Satish.
The biggest challenge which I find is that, again, I may sound a bit philosophical, but that's the truth. Is how do we establish harmony between water, soil, and air? And deployment of technology, intervention of technology, to set right this harmony is what is the biggest challenge. When we talk of runoffs, see, runoffs are there because there is no permeation which is happening in the soil or on the land. But the biggest thing is how to convert land into a soil, which we have managed to destroy. Right. So having that harmony between in a very large way, not specifically to industries, but if you look at how to get into water efficiencies for agriculture sector, which consumes roughly about 70-75% water. It's not that the technologies are not available. For example, if I belong to Nagpur, which is nearby, there's a lot of rice belt. There's a technology called SRT. It's practiced by one guy called not Dr. Barsawai. It reduces water consumption by almost 70% in rice. So we are proud to project ourselves as rice exporter. Are we really exporting rice or are we exporting water? Is the basic question. So we need to have a technology intervention and establish a harmony between soil, water, and air. And whatever that technology be it reverse osmosis, forward osmosis, filtrations, and whatever. Only intervention hasn't been required. It's what is to be looked at in a very global way. Yeah. But water being a universal solvent requires solutions at individual levels. It generally doesn't happen. Once you fits all, it will not happen.
So, Pratiji, we understood that both of you are like more like a technology, saying as one of the challenge which we need to have is the right technology. Okay. But do you have anything to echo or slightly have a different opinion on the challenge and barrier basically? Although Dr. Kannan has converted into opportunity, but I was more interested in understanding the barriers.
So in terms of barriers, if you look at the industry per se, Dr. Rajesh, I think what we have understood working with industries is that in terms of the water efficiency and managing in terms of water neutrality, this is what industry face a typical challenge with. And this is one area which actually affects industries as well as people who are associated with industries in nearby areas. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to say to the industry that look, whatever you're using in the process, you try and ensure that the process is efficient so that the water neutrality at the end of the day is achieved. And you don't need to do that much of interventions technologically so that your cost at the end of the day is also less. So that is what I feel is the major barrier, at least for the industries. But of course, I will again take from what Rubenji said, that it's customized solutions. You cannot have a one-size-fits-all. The tailor-made customized solution is definitely the need of the hour. And we need to understand that what is the requirement for that particular industry so that we can have a technological intervention done accordingly.
Yeah.
Sir, I'll already say about it. Actually, selection of technology is the most important factor. What type of treatment you allow. Then rainwater management, strong water management is the most important. Otherwise, I won't be able to say.
Yeah, that's the water management as a holistic matter. We have heard all the panelists and their opinions about the water, the wastewater thing. Right away, right from the making available water from other sources other than what you receive as a precipitation, and your water bodies which are receiving not only the precipitation but also your waste which is coming to. I would like to open the session with your permissions of all the panelists to the questions from the audience. And already the Girish is having acquired the mic just before they even finish. So let me start with the Girish. Girish, your enthusiasm, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for this insight discussion on water-wastewater management, which is very, very close to my heart. And I will begin with Dr. Kannan's remarks on what the Rajesh question there, which is the biggest challenge. And as you pointed out, that the biggest challenge is setting up or putting the right kind of technology at right place. This according to you, is the challenge. So do you mean to say that do we fall short of the technologies or the options? Or according to me, the biggest challenge is to sustain the technologies which are probably the question, please. Yeah, this is the question. My question. This is the question only. Everybody has the right kind of technology.
Yeah. I think Girish, I've understood. Okay, I think it involves both. And it's not, again, it's not that. I think the right technology at right place, like for example, at home front, let's say for example, we have something like from close to 200 million homes, 250 million homes in this country. Okay, what kind of a technology that needs to be basically put in our homes? Okay, what is the technology that basically makes a sustainable way of providing drinking water to our homes? Okay, the right technology should be basically put in there. There has been a kind of some technologies which are being pushed. This is absolutely not necessary. We need not have to. Okay, and a simple analysis would provide me. Okay, I don't want to tell detailed manner, but a simple analysis would tell me a mere shift in the right technology deployment in our Indian homes at this point of day will save a few tens of billions of liters of water on a daily basis. Few tens of billions of liters of water. Okay, it's the choice. It's the choice. Okay, and where exactly you need to put, and as he was telling, okay, biology. Okay, biology is something which is extremely important when you are addressing the water needs. Some people basically put without having a kind of an understanding that without giving a kind of an implication on the biology side of it, and then you put a kind of a solution to it. The solution will not be sustainable. It will fail. And what will happen is they will not ascertain the failure is because of biology. They will ascertain the failure as a kind of a technology. Without understanding the problem of it. And that's the real difficulty. That's what I said. Technology awareness, technology adoption, right technology adoption at the right place is what what is extremely challenging for each place too. Because as somebody was telling me, हमारा देश में every 50 किलोमीटर में पानी चेंज हो जाता है. Every 10 किलोमीटर में पानी चेंज हो जाता है. Every 10 किलोमीटर में पानी चेंज होता है. और आप तो बोल रहे हैं सब सोल्यूशन एक ही दे देगा करके. कैसा हो सकता है?
Yeah, and I have one more question to Mr. Bhattacharya. That is regarding you said you are providing service to stakeholders like CEGP Association and all that. So on legal aspects, who is the stakeholder? Like the consent to operate is given to you or to the CEGPs, or because you are operating for them. So it is this owner, CEGP Association, or the service provider like that? That's you.
No, sir. As of now, the CEGP gets the consent to operate, and we are providing the equipment on their behalf. We are managing the equipment and providing the final.
No, I'm asking the responsibility lies with the CEGP or with the service provider?
With the service provider.
It lies with the service. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
More question? Yeah. We will keep on shifting on the sides. One mic on trying to strike the balance between right and left.
Hello. Sir, my name is Dr. Mohit Kumar. I represent the Symbiosis Center for Management Studies. And my question is to Dr. Kannan Srinivasan. Sir, you have worked in Gujarat. I have also worked in Gujarat, and my question is related to the salinity ingress. That is a big problem. Can we have nature-based solutions to prevent the salinity ingress along the coastal zones? One solution implemented way back was with the planting of Prosopis julifera, which was not successful, and it has become a big problem itself. After that, no such nature-based solution was tried. Can you throw some light on it?
And then you provoke not many thoughts.
I think it's an amazing way of looking at it. Okay, I sincerely appreciate your thinking process. Honestly, it's not coming to a solution, nature-based solution for addressing it. On the contrary, what we are doing it is slightly different. As an institute, as an R&D institute, we do something slightly different. What we do is we understand some plants survive salinity. Some plants survive salinity. And some plants love salinity. Some plants survive salinity. Some plants love salinity. So we try to understand what are the genes that are responsible for that behavior, and then identify those genes and see whether those genes can be transcribed into normal plants which are not in a position to survive, and express those genes into those plants and then making them to survive under saline agriculture. Okay, so that is the strategy that as an institute we are adopting it. We have made some reasonable progress. We have made some reasonable progress on that. Hopefully in another, it's a long-term research. Maybe a generation of research would be required. Okay, if somebody says a method, I'm going to crack the problem in 3 years, I think we are fooling ourselves. Okay, we should be honest to accept it. There are certain things takes time, means we have to give that time. Okay, and hopefully, maybe a decade, less than a decade from now, we should be basically ready with those kind of shades available. Yes, at this point of time, transgenic crops are having a kind of a difficulty to be deployed in our Indian soil. Okay. But when there is a kind of a necessity, rules will get changed. Vaccines were made in 18 months. Vaccines which took something like from 12 to 15 years, made in 18 months and deployed to billions of people. Okay, because of the necessity. So readiness is something which is extremely necessary, and that's what we have been doing it. Yes, at a localized solutions like phytotechnology or the constructed wetland or some of these technologies can do a kind of a local solutions, but they are really, cannot be integrated into a kind of a large scale. So treatment is the only way which I am seeing is possibly readily deployed for the next century.
Can I come back to the gifting? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the enriching thoughts from all sectors related to water and policy as well. My very two short questions. One is related to the desalination plant to Dr. Kannan sir. So you had rightly pointed out the desalination plant is a one way of getting a water to the water flow areas in a coastal region. But the most difficult situation with the desalination plant is one related to the reject, and second is the energy intensive. And secondly, you have put a point of putting the right technology at the right place. So my thought is, can there be any scope for solar distillation place desalination plant, which has been also implemented in an urban area? My second very short question is, although the India is having a lot of policies related to the water and wastewater, but where we are lacking is in terms of the implementation. So what is your say on that to the other panelists?
Regarding your first question, okay, desalination, the fact that we are basically going to put a kind of a decentralized way of small to mid-sized desalination plant is going to address those kind of reject water management issues. Okay. The larger the size of the plant, greater will be the kind of a reject, greater will be the its management. Okay, that is one of the major reasons that we need to go for a decentralized way of desalination plants. Coming back to renewable energy, we strongly believe any desalination plant which is coupled where there is a kind of a scope of sunshine is going to be there. Where if the sunshine is going to be there, integration of the renewable energy powered desalination plant is the right way. Okay, whether it is solar or wind, whichever the renewable energy or whichever the renewable energy is accessible to that place. We strongly invoke renewable energy integrated desalination plants as a viable solution. Yes, the energy cost is a kind of a high. in the what you call desalinated water. This was automatic. I mean, this was one of the questions which I always get a kind of what do you call kind of a concern or a worry by administrators. Okay, secretaries, commissioners, always they ask, Dr. साहब, I mean, पानी तो मैं वही बोलता हूँ लोगों को. Okay, एक side में आप तो okay, I mean one side. Because they consider, I mean, at this point of time, they are providing something like around 30 rupees per meter cube, kind of a water. 30 rupees, 35 rupees per meter cube. Once you say that, I mean, something like around 150 rupees, 200 rupees per meter cube, then they are really worried about it. But in India, we are taking 20,000 rupees per meter cube also, 1 lakh rupees per meter cube also. India is very, very diverse. I'm telling you, we are taking 1 lakh per meter cube also water. Every day we are consuming that kind of a water in this country. Okay, so what is important is, that's what I recommended to Niti Aayog, that whenever there is a kind of a desalination plant based water is basically getting distributed, we need to basically sensitize that with a kind of a logo. Sensitize that with a kind of a logo. There is a kind of a, see, like she talked about, they talked about the kind of a sensitization behavior and mindset. We really do not know where the water is coming from. If I know that this water is coming from, like he said, if the same water, a few ml of water given in the temple is treated in a sacred, the same few ml of water is treated in a different manner in other place. So we need to basically, it is basically place is accounted. Likewise, I mean, the water also needs to be what you call marked with a kind of certain symbols or certain based on the technologies, so that at least there is a kind of a sensitivity and sensibility towards respect towards water will come in.
Yeah, myself Ashish Kaswa. So, as rightly mentioned by Mr. Kannan, Dr. Kannan, sorry, about the use of plant and genetic modifications. So my question is with that particular thing. Along with plant, because I read somewhere with enzymatic and bacterial cultures also can be used for modification or filtration of water. So is there any kind of work going on for the bacterial or enzymatic culture which can treat the plants as water?
Bio-based what we call treatment of water purification. At this point of time, at our institute, we are not doing it. For us, I mean, the bio is more of a problem rather than a kind of a solution at this point of time. Okay, we don't really work on those kind of issues, but we mimic those bio-based membranes in a kind of what we call because they also, I mean, there are some what we call research which is happening in Singapore. We inspire from that, but we largely use I mean chemical-based membranes. So I'll solve this problem.
So I would like to ask the other panelists also, if whatever the question you have asked, if you want to have any comment on it, because although the batting was on the last one.
Yeah, we have Sachin Tendulkar so obviously he outshines the rest. I think I would like to take a bit from what Girish was asking. Being a person who holds a high post, he has some limitations. I don't have. I can be more vocal. Do you believe an actress who comes onto the screen in the night on TV and advocates a particular technology? Correct. I know that. So, but the world follows and uses that technology at their homes, which is causing millions of liters of water loss. It's up to us as I would say, responsible citizens who know some bit of water to advocate, educate, spread that message across to the society at large. And ensure that the right technology of disinfection is the better route. And that would save a lot of water. You also said somebody said about the policies. See, there are a lot of policies on AGT has already has a policy on that particular technology. specifically related to homes. But when the implementation is left to the local pollution department, so they don't have people to manage the industry. So how will the implementation happen? So we have to come up with some kind of a regulatory authorities.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll come to you. You wanted to comment very honest. Yeah.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for this. Because there is one more critical issue coming up is NGT, which is being asking all the industries and industrial associations to go for their delivery systems. So on one hand, we have notification about domestic usage where we know that it's not necessary. So it is becoming our responsibility that how the industry can survive if everything has been asked to put their deliveries and the cost of reject management, including memory processor, goes as high as around 600 to 700 rupees per meter cube. So this is very important for the overall development and the conservation of environmental resources. We have to see that how best we can bring in the non-conventional energy usage in RO reject management system. Otherwise, it is not going to be sustainable forever, and the industry is not going to put all these RO systems, and then the problem remains as it is, and it is actually affecting the economy. Because we have to compete in the global world, let's say, for example, textiles or tanneries or any other products in the pharmaceuticals where dyes and dye intermediates are used. So those industrial wastewater are very difficult to treat, and the on-board courts have asked to put these ZLD systems. Like we are working recently on the GPCP from the project in which NGT has asked, the board has asked. Yeah. So what I'm trying to summarize is that we have to look at the sustainability of the water usage in terms of making it more viable. That's very important. So thank you very much.
So if I put it in the right sentence, we need to meet the regulatory requirements and policy.
Yes.
But at the same time, right technology at the right place will play the role of making it in economical way. That's what the
right technology. I mean, the available one is right technology.
Sir, it is our responsibility as a NEERI to develop the right technology. Please.
Thank you. Thank you to all panelists. It has been a wonderful discussion. One question I would like to ask to all the panelists, whoever can answer. Like, sir, in our country, we have seen lots of urban flooding, lots of rainfall. There's a lot of water in our country at present. But we don't have any grid for water for distribution. Like we have grids for electricity. We have grids for hydrocarbons, crude oil coming from one corner of the country to another. We have electrical grids. We have wireless, all those optical grids. Why can't we think of a water grid? This is my question, sir.
Who will answer?
Can I answer? I just advocated, establishing harmony between water and soil. The moment you have pipes running all around, is that the right way? Is my question.
Sir, I would like to just add to it, like you have been doing a micromanagement. Why can't we do a macro-management of all the floodings that have been taking place right across the country? Lots of water being drained into the sea or something like that.
Correct.
So can we do that, a macro-management?
Correct. That's the point I'm trying to make. And unless you establish a harmony between water and soil, the water has to go inside the soil, right? And right now it is going into, I would not say pipes, but the manner of speaking, Nadi has become a pipe, right? So pipe is not the right solution. Pipe is not the right solution. It's not my opinion.
So can I say there was some time back a river connection or river connectivity project between two rivers of the whole country. So is it a feasible now also?
Actually, VIDC has floated a tender, and for that DPR is being prepared. Actually, they will be lifting water from Gosikod to Buldana, which is actually where there is water scarcity. So the tenders are already been floated,
And I think a company from Nagpur has got the tender for consultancy job for that. So they will be doing it. So in Nagpur it is happening. So you also rightly said that there should be a grid. It should be there actually.
When we have wireless, so many things we have. We don't have whatever is a sustainable thing for us to live.
It should be there actually.
We will take two more questions from the Paras and the Paras neighbor. Hello. Yeah, you are. I am Paras Padilai, in charge of the water resources group, and my question and rather observation is on what Dr. Hussain said about this harmony between everybody is a doctor here. You keep on coming to us. We will give a doctorate. It's the harmony between soil, water, and atmosphere. That is, in the scientific parlance, it is called SPAN. This soil, soil precipitation, atmospheric continuity. That is the cross of the matter, and this is what is when Dr. Padma probably finds on answer. And you also very rightly said that harmony. In fact, if you look at this water balance, and we have been doing this experiment at our critical zone observatory in the last 1.5 years. What we have seen is that whatever input is there, more than 48% is getting into this groundwater as drainage basin. Whereas the tree hardly needs 8 to 10% of the water. So what is basically required is a very precision agriculture basin. That is what is necessary. And if that is done, probably at a catchment scale and if that is we as a panel, we agree with your water balance thing. Can you pass on the mic? So I mean all this lead and other things what you said. I mean it has to be looked at. Yeah, please.
Thank you, panelists. It's a nice invitation. I'm Dr. Srinivasan from CSIR Central Research Institute.
I could not take your name because I was trying to. Yeah, I was trying to remember your name, but I could not.
Okay. So actually, we were discussing about the energy intensity in terms of desalination. So that's why actually in all the wastewater project, industrial wastewater project, we are also considering the solar energy as a part of a CTP. So all the CTPs now, even all government funded project, we are considering the energy requirement as a part of the CTP, and we are also giving grants for that. To ensure that the energy cost for the industries, especially which also was concerned about the operational cost. So that's why actually we are ensuring that the energy that for all the ZLD plants comes from a solar based. So that is also being considered. And regarding the desalination energy requirements are also very high. So we may have to look at, in addition to solar, we also have to look at solar desalination, because I think my understanding as of now is still in a preliminary level. So that can be done in a larger level, so that that also can be taken up, so that the carbon footprint and the water demand for the water produced from ZLD also can be reduced. Because energy is a concept. For example, even a small water bottle which we use, half-liter bottle, manufacturing the plastic of that bottle requires 3 liters of water. So that's what actually he was, Mr. Uday was telling. So we are not concerned about it. We are not doing the overall mass balance. We are concerned a particular sector wise. Yeah, that is the current. Yeah. So what I just want to bring you to the knowledge of the.
So this is the last comment.
Sir, speaking on what you talked about desal, I think IDE, which is one of the leading companies in desal of Israel, they are already in the process. In fact, orders already been given to them. Aurobindo Pharma down south, Vizag, Kakinada bed. They are doing one of the largest desal plants there, IDE, and it is going to be done on solar. So that is for your information. So you will please take a look at it and understand better how it's getting done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your interest in the discussions from the audience side also. Can I make this one? I just received one very awaited message that lunch is ready. I'm trying to wrap up the session now. Discussions can be for a long time. In fact, we had to have 2 sessions before lunch.
So we also had borrowed time back. So that's what, if you do something to me, I will do to the next person. That's the way we have behaved. Anyway, this was good discussion. Thank you very much for all the four panelists putting up the very right perspective on the water and wastewater scenarios in the holistic manner. On the way of this, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you everyone for making this session so interactive. I would like to thank all the panelists for their contributions and insights and expertise. Without much delay, I now request our esteemed moderator, Dr. Binivada sir, to present the mementos to all our speakers.
Thank you. Okay, class में और मिलेंगे बिल्कुल आप डॉक्टर बना के रहेंगे थैंक यू सो मच
I'll proceed. But Binivada sir announced. Binivada sir. So I request Dr. Kannan sir to present the memento to our moderators. No. Pratik.
You can clarify on Excel.
So I think we should continue with the next session. Yeah, so. Okay, so now we'll move for lunch and then. Yeah, we're going for lunch. Binivada sir, we're going for lunch.
That's what I was told.
Okay, so there's a confusion about the lunch timing. So we'll proceed with the panel 2 first, and then by 2:30 we'll break for lunch. Yes.
Yes.
So now I request our next panel. So moving forward, our next panel discussion. So now we have our next panel discussion on environmental sustainability and decarbonization strategies. So this session will delve into how green infrastructure and sustainable decarbonization strategies can shape our future. So I'm sure we are going for our second panel discussion. So request all the panelists to please take on the dais. And the moderator we have with us, Dr. Nitin Lavshetwar, who is the Chair of Sustainable Resource Management at CSIR-NEERI. And joining him on the panel, we have Dr. Sunil Singh, Director CSIR-NIO, Dr. Shruti Sharma, Professor at TERI, New Delhi, Mr. Ashish G. Kaswa, Technocrat, Entrepreneur and Founder, Greenleaf Confederation of Indian Industry. And then after the discussion, we'll have the question answers round. So I request all the panelists to please take on the dais.
This Catalyzer Foundation.
Okay. So slightly change. Catalysis?
Catalyzer Foundation.
Okay. So Mr. Ashish G. Kaswa is from Catalysis Foundation. And we have Dr. Karan Kutharia, Program Associate at Council of Energy, Environment and Water in New Delhi. And Mr. Sohail Khan Pathan, who is the Councillor at Greenco Confederation of Indian Industry. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Very good afternoon to you all. It's a little difficult job for me actually here because normally people say that I'm standing between you and lunch. I don't know if this is a situation where I'm standing between you and the delayed lunch. So we have the session dedicated to environment, sustainability and decarbonization strategies. And we are really fortunate to have a very eminent panelist with us. Just to set the context, I would say that we have been talking a lot about this is all about the economy environment nexus or development environment nexus. And to add into that, we have been now for the last couple of decades, we are talking about the sustainability. But to put it in brief words, that we are today at a crossroad. Like India is at a crossroad where when we are taking up our economic pace to the best possible way, we have started plan to be achieve a developed country by 2047. But at the same time, we have been facing some challenges at the same pace, I would say. To begin with the climate change, limited climate finance, which should come with the climate change actually. Very severe air pollution and other conventional pollution in India. At NEERI, we often debate that my student and youngsters, they want to write a proposal either on a climate change or on nanotechnology. While if I see the largest environmental program in this country, that is NCAP, National Clean Air Program, because we don't have a clean air. If you try to address the climate change, we are very clear, we don't want to die out of air pollution. So these are our challenges. To add to that further is geopolitical jerks. And India specific, I would say just transition. Most of us do not deal with the just transition because I work in that domain of energy. So just transition in the context of energy is also very, very important. So I would put it in the word that it's absolutely necessary to explore comprehensive and integrated approaches. We don't have a single problem. Luckily, sustainability addresses most of the things, I would say. And it's very important to explore comprehensive and integrated approaches and solutions to address these challenges involving all the stakeholders. Decarbonization is important in the Indian context, all of us know, because as per the short-term or mid-term projection, we are going to use a lot of carbon-based fuels. Okay, there's no way out. In the long term, we can think, in fact. So even leave apart that coal is one of the strategic energy assets. All of us know that how much of coal we have. And looking at the geopolitical context, we have to be prepared to use the coal also. So CO2 is a trouble, so much so that many of the students may not be aware that if you are feeling drowsy, you will not feel because you are hungry now, but if you are feeling drowsy in any hall, it's not because that your monitor is boring, okay, it's primarily because of the CO2 concentration which is built up in your hall. And we have to do somehow ventilation. How do you do ventilation when you have air conditioning? So these are the challenges we have actually. So with this preliminary note, we'll now look forward to the more in-depth, I would say, and the expert views from the esteemed panelists. And what we have done, I have quickly structured this session because of the time constraint, that we'll give each panelist about 5 minutes because they are from different domains. Trust me, we are fortunate to have a very interdisciplinary panel today. So we'll go one by one. We'll request them to briefly tell you in 5 minutes their views, and that will also help you to frame your questions. Okay, what kind of a question you should ask to a particular panelist, and then we'll take up the questions. Okay, and that depends on you whether you want to ask the question or you want to prefer the lunch. So with this brief opportunity, we have Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, who is actually leading one of the very important CSIR National Institute of Oceanography. And I will apologize, sir, that I'll not read out your CV because you have humbly allowed me to not to do that. What I requested to set the context of sustainability, but more importantly, since he's dealing with, he's one of the best international experts in the ocean science. Ocean, we are looking at two different aspects today. Ocean pollution, where we see that the microplastics are there, a lot of solid waste is being done, a lot of mining activities are planned, and oil exploration has always been a problem. At the same time, there is something called blue economy we are aware of. So that's a great opportunity. We have challenges on one hand and opportunity on the other hand. So please let us know that what are the prospects of even blue economy in the context of oceanic pollution, and whether we can look forward this blue economy as one of the best resources in future.
Thank you very much. Sorry for my background. So, as you have learned before this session, we are talking about sustainable water. And now we are discussing sustainable carbon sequestration in view of global warming. I know there is no doubt now, it is very, very clear that temperature is increasing. And it has gone almost at 1.5 degrees centigrade. Actually, since industrialization, we have pushed almost 2,300 gigaton of extra carbon, which was supposed to go to the ocean sediment and go back to the ocean or interior of the earth. That we have pushed back from the sediments to put the atmosphere back into the petroleum and all those things. So as since morning we are discussing, nature takes its own, means they have cycle which controls everything. Carbon dioxide, which is coming from the interior of the earth to the atmosphere. Of course, then it will be going towards through the weathering, it will go into the ocean, getting deposited through the bioscreen and all, getting deposited in the sediment, going back to the interior of that. So from here it came, again it has gone to the same place, and that takes time about millennia. And there actually we have disturbed the whole system. The anthropogenic activity because of our need, because of our energy requirement, because of our this petroleum requirement, everything is disturbed. We have put immaturely all the carbon to the atmosphere of the order of 2,300 gigaton, which convert to energy about 300 gigajoule, 10 to the minus 10 to the 21 joule of energy we have put since industrialization. Listen, it is very difficult to comprehend this amount of energy. That is, you can imagine every second you are releasing energy equivalent to 5 to 6 Hiroshima size atom bomb to the atmosphere. This is the energy we are putting because of whatever activity we are doing, anthropogenic activity, which was not supposed to be natural. Now, we have that energy is going. 93% of that energy is going to the ocean, which Sir Manjathan, we have to talk about that. 93%, only a small fraction is going to the atmosphere and temperature is increasing. The huge amount of energy which has gone to the ocean, that's 93%. It has increased the ocean heat content, which is very much responsible for all the extreme weather which we are getting. Whether it is cyclonic, whether it is extreme weather, whether it is all eastern coast up to Rajasthan, up to Gujarat, everywhere they are having huge amount of rainfall. In one day, Puducherry is getting 500 milliliter, means half a meter of water rainfall is happening in one day. This is unimaginable. This is all because of impact of climate. If you see 2024, it has broken the record of highest temperature of the globe. Any year till now it is faced. If you see, many countries' highest temperature has been recorded. Many monthly temperature records have been broken. Many local temperature record has been broken. So, you know, the situation is really has become very, it has gone to a very bad level where I think going back is almost impossible. Now, what is the way out? What is the way out? People are discussing about carbon sequestration. Now, carbon sequestration is that if you are going to have, like from the industrial output, you are taking the carbon, converting it into the cloth, or converting it into the diesel, biodiesel, or whatever it is. That is not the permanent solution. Because you are going back, putting back, only delaying it month or 1 year because it depends on the restriction. Suppose you are converting that carbon to the cloth, or you are converting carbon to the acetic acid or any petroleum, that will another, after some time it will come back to the atmosphere. So we are not going to reduce the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Only way to remove the carbon dioxide, like geological mean, because then it will go back to the interior of the earth. So one way is the deep pumping into the basalt, where the carbon dioxide will react with the basalt, convert to the calcium carbonate, where it's supposed to go and go to the interior of the earth. Or another very important thing, because there are also CO2 goes, this carbon is there. Ocean there, actually, otherwise also 30% of the CO2 is going to the ocean. There, actually, half of the ocean, almost 20%, is supposed to be desert of the ocean.
where productivity is very, very less because of many of the micronutrients, nutrients are not there. It is possible that those areas where productivity are very less, through that human intervention, we can increase the productivity through putting the nutrients, putting the micronutrients, because we know that half of the ocean is required of iron. Iron is very much required for increasing the pollution. Increasing productivity, which will remove the CO2 and put back. I think those type of intervention can be done. Human means engineering, geoengineering is large scale. But again, the problem is if you are increasing the CO2, putting back to increasing the productivity, all the oxygen will be consumed because our is 30%. So I think that all have to be seen because once the oxygen is consumed, it will be impacting all the resources. He is just referring to the blue economy. Blue economy, a big component is the non-living resources. Of course, living resources where fisheries, they are drug and all those things are there. But other side is non-living resources, is polymetallic nodule and all those things. Now, if you see the genesis of polymetallic nodule, it's based on oxygen. The deep water in oxygen is going through the deep currents. Because oxygen in the atmosphere is going to deeper water, and whatever dissolved component is there in the ocean iron, or it is getting precipitated because of water. Now, once it consumed, because if increasing the productivity, all the oxygen will be consumed, all the resources will be going back to the water. So the blue economy will be impacted significantly. So I think all these things have to be looked into. But otherwise also, what is happening? Because the temperature is increasing of the globe, the deep water formation has gone down by almost 40 degrees centigrade. The deep water formation is very much required to keep our global temperature stable because it get real heat, it transfer to the polar region, and oxygen is transfer. Once the deep water formation itself is getting dwindled, I think the whole temperature balance, whole oxygen balance, whole deep ocean activity will be impacted. So there are so many, because time is constrained, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
It was a great insight, in fact, in the previous session when we were struggling that the drinking water fraction is hardly 3%, and the rest is the lime water and the sea water. Now, it's very fortunate that immediately after that, we understood that the 97% of the saline water, how important that is for us. So it's the ocean probably which decides everything while we keep on bothering only about the atmospheric CO2 concentration. So thank you very much for not only setting up this session, but also I'm sure a lot of us were not aware of these kind of a fact, and we need to do a lot as far as ocean science is concerned. Moving to the next panelist, Dr. Shruti Sharma, and she's working with the SAS as a professor of ESG and business sustainability. She has a work experience of more than 24 years in academia and both industry. Dr. Shruti primarily works in the domain of ESG due diligence and net zero strategies. So she has won Iconic Woman of the Year award last year, and we are so proud to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so since your research expertise is directly related to the industry, because the industry is really looking forward to the ESG as well as to net zero strategies. So can I have your initial views on this topic?
Thank you so much, Nitin, and thank you so much, Suniti, for setting up the context. And who better knows the havoc of CO2 rather than a person coming from the national capital region where it is shot up like anything. So I'm literally living in a gas chamber there. So yes, there are problems. I think during the inaugural session, we spoke about problems, and Sir has highlighted complex problems. So let me start from complex problems, and I would like to quote Albert Einstein here. And he said, we cannot solve our problems by thinking we used when we created them. So currently the problems, when we look at the problems of climate change, I would not say climate change is a problem. Climate change is an outcome. When you look at climate change, Sir has, and everybody else have very, and that has impacted us, and how the average temperature rise has had is 1.2 degrees centigrade from the pre-industrial level, the global warming which has happened currently. So what, say 2023 onwards, we are now left with a carbon budget of 500 gigatons carbon dioxide equivalent globally. And when you look at it from an Indian perspective, we are given a carbon budget of 16 to 20 gigaton in next 9 to 12 years, so that, we don't cross that 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature.
which is this is where the question of global south and global north comes and the politics comes here. Now, when you look at India as a country is not responsible for the problem of climate change. But then, when you look at climate change, it is not the impact of climate change is not same on all. So it's the weak and people. There is a lot of inequity when you look at climate change, and that's what when our prime minister goes or when leaders from our country go, they talk about climate equity and justice. We are the ones who are most vulnerable. I think during COVID times we saw how people who are, below poverty line or people who are in the special socioeconomic category are the ones who are impacted most. And that is where we talk about climate change a lot. When you look at businesses in general, businesses are one of the most vulnerable entities. Now, businesses are the one who are responsible for this problem. I think all of us have spoken about how mindlessly we've used resources, and that's what has led to the problem which we are in. But then businesses are the only solution to the problem. So when we look at environment sustainability and the decarbonization strategies, so decarbonization strategies come as a solution to create environment sustainability. So we cried for 10,000 years because we were aligned to the environment we were living in. So if there was just in 10,000 years, the average temperature increase was 1 degree centigrade as compared to what we see pre-industrial, levels. We have already reached 1.2, and I think last year the UN came up with a global synthesis report, and that said that we have gone beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade, which means now we are aiming at 2 degrees. I think in next couple of years, when the other global synthesis report comes in, so we are now aiming at 2 degrees centigrade, which means the climate risks which we are facing will be 2 times more than what they are expected. So that's the severity of the problem. When we look at it from the business side, businesses, why do I say businesses are most vulnerable? Look at your raw material costs. So, when we call it from the resource efficiency, there are scarce raw materials, volatile raw material prices, your energy crisis, Russia-Ukraine war, your energy prices are, so volatile because of it. The geopolitics, there is a stakeholder deficit, trust deficit, I would say, as far as the companies are concerned. Transparency issues are there, and we see that how transparency, I would not name the companies, but one bad news comes on social media and the stock prices fall. So that's how vulnerable businesses are. And this is the only way to look forward when we talk from a business perspective. But what we businesses do, why do we have to fill in BRSR? We look at it only as a compliance perspective. So there is a particular guidance when you look at decarbonization strategies, which are climate mitigation strategy, climate adaptation strategy. There are net zero goals which are being given to you by, when we look at it by different multilateral agencies. When you look at, there is the SBTI standard, which is Science-Based Target Initiative standard, which is given to you by WRI, CDP, and which holds the businesses for decarbonization or moving towards low carbon economy, and takes care of the economic viability, takes care of the financial performance of the business as well. I would actually like to take 2 more minutes here. When we look at businesses, why don't they look at the problem when we look at it from an environmental perspective? Because they think, yes, it is fine, but currently we are struggling. There are value chain issues, there are supply chain issues to us. So profitability becomes very important. So your board of directors, this agenda where the cognizance should come from the board of directors, they look at it as something which is very good. But yes, maybe next year we'll practice it. It's looked at more from a philanthropic aspect, not looked as a business case. Whereas what needs to be looked at this problem as a business case. And what is the solution to this is, I think all of us spoke about, we need a very holistic perspective. And when we in business, we talk about the thinking which is known as a systems thinking approach to look at this problem. And systems thinking approach says outcome is not the sum of the parts, but product of interdependencies. And that is why when you look at it from climate mitigation, adaptation strategies, collaborations here becomes the key. Collaboration and interdependency becomes the key. So this is where when we are looking at the decarbonization strategy, I think there's limited time. We can talk from the decarbonization perspective. India already has taken a target of net zero 2017, the year 2022, and that is where our government announced the Panchamrit program. And Panchamrit program talked about a very aspirational 500 gigawatts of renewable energy, find non-fossil fuel-based energy still by 2030. 50% of all your energy should be based on renewable energy. 2.5 to 3 billion carbon sinks in the country. And yes, a very important thing here last I would like to mention, they spoke about behavioral change in 1 billion people. And that is where Mission Life comes in, which has been inspired by, again, the SBTi, which talks about we cannot achieve net zero or decarbonization unless and until the behavior change happens. And they have categorized behavior change in 4 categories. One, dietary changes, which says you need to shift to a plant-based diet if you need to have the carbon emissions low. Second, transportation shifts, that you have to shift to depending on the non-fossil fuel-based transportation where EV comes in. Third talks about your heating and cooling thermostat settings. 1 degree change in your AC temperature saves in 6% of your energy bill. That is given by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And that's where 3 to 4% of emissions are being saved. So this about, goes along with appliances use, reduce your appliances use. So this is where, from an individual level you can do. And thank you for that.
Thank you so much. It's very, very complex things where we are talking about even externalities which will challenge the issue of sustainability with us. But Chamrit, everybody is aware of, it's very ambitious, but at the same time, why do we need decarbonization? The fact remains that we will achieve 500 gigawatt for sure. We will achieve 50% of our energy through renewable resources for sure. What is today? We generate about 200. We have a capacity of 200 gigawatt renewables and total close to 450. Now we are jumping to 500 gigawatt of renewable capacity and looks like the problem is solved. Unfortunately not. Our demand will be 1,000 gigawatt. What does it translate to? Today we have 200 or 320 gigawatt of capacity, which is on carbon-based fuel or fossil fuel-based. In 2030, unfortunately, we have 500 gigawatt. That's what is important for the environment. Environment doesn't care that how you are progressing on your renewable energy. So thank you so much for making things clear that we need a lot of parallel efforts and interventions. Now, moving towards, since she has flagged that we have a target of net zero and what all is required for the net zero, again, for the students, if you have any confusion that by 2070 we are committed and Modi ji has committed net zero, so all of our energy footprint will be almost zero CO2. No. We will need a huge amount of sink, like the oceanic sink, without disturbing the chemistry of ocean. We need another very important sink. What is that? Like the plants or the tree. So we are really fortunate to have an expert with us, Mr. Ashish Kasawa, who is working on, like the bamboo-based carbon credit sustainability. Okay, because bamboo is one of the species where the sequestration potential is very, very high, and at the same time, he has done a lot of work to explain you that it provides you a lot of oxygen also. So we are very clear that in 2070 we are going to have a lot of things. And he is going to explain that he's an electronic engineer, but a passionate, I would say, environmentalist, and who has done a very credible work in the field of the bamboo as a CO2 sequestration. So, Mr. Kasawa, could you please brief about your bamboo sequestration projects?
So, first of all, thank you for CSIR, CSIR-NEERI, Dr. Nitin Nachalya, and Shruti Sharma for bringing in the platform where I am coming as an industry, not for showcasing the problems, I am bringing in the solution. So problems तो discuss करते हैं, पर जब तक अगर solution नहीं मिला तो उसके बारे में हम लोग बात करना ये रहेगा, उसका उत्तर नहीं मिलेगा तो अच्छा नहीं रहेगा. So what I bring in is as he introduced me as a bamboo and talking about bamboo. So bamboo, I will say that it is the oldest material on earth known to human being, but unfortunately, it is the latest material for Indian perspective. अनफॉर्चुनेटली 1927 में अंग्रेजों ने उनको बाम्बू को फॉरेस्ट कंट्रोल एक्ट में डाला और हम लोगों ने उसको यूटिलाइज करना भूल गए, जबकि हमारे वेदास में जो भी बाम्बू के बारे में सीखा है उसका 80% जाता है वेदास में, जो आज से 4,000 साल पहले लिखी। So the solution was there. Unfortunately, we were disconnected. Since 2017, again bamboo was brought into the main picture, and a very wide scope of industrialization based on bamboo has opened up in the industry, which is going to be a solution for all the problems we are discussing since morning. उसको पानी के बारे में पकड़ो, हवा के बारे में पकड़ो, जमीन के बारे में पकड़ो, या अपने रोजमर्रा के जिंदगी के बारे में पकड़ो. So bamboo is solution for all these things, and it is yet to be explored to its potential, क्योंकि हमारे पास में बाम्बू एज अ मटेरियल 2017 के बाद में ही खुला है, जो मैं भारत का पर्सपेक्टिव बोल रहा हूँ, जबकि पूरे विश्व में बाम्बू सबसे ज्यादा भारत में है, पर जस्ट एक रूल जो पिछले 90 साल से चेंज नहीं हुआ था, हम लोग उससे दूर रहे. तो कमिंग टू द पॉइंट कि जैसे श्रुति जी ने बताया कि वी हैव टू अचीव द टारगेट्स, सुनील सिंह साहब ने बताया कि हम लोग जल के अंदर में कार्बन सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं, पर ये सारी चीजों को हमको ऊर्जा लगने वाली है और टाइम लगने वाला है. सो व्हेन वी टॉक ऑफ हैविंग अ फास्ट सॉल्यूशन, then I will always bet on bamboo, because bamboo is having shortest economic cycle of less than 7 years. Bamboo is one of the fastest growing plant on earth, जो 35% ज्यादा ऑक्सीजन जनरेट करता है, करीब 4 डिग्री से अपना एटमॉस्फेयर टेम्परेचर को कम करने के लिए उसकी क्षमता है. इट कैन रेगुलेट ह्यूमिडिटी, खास करके हम लोग जो इस एरिया में बैठे सेंट्रल पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया, we are known, and Nagpur is known for the summer heat, and I have observed it, and NEERI is the place where all data is monitored. We have worse summer because the humidity goes below 10%, which is not bearable for human being also and not for the plant species also. उसके लिए ह्यूमिडिटी रेगुलेट करने के लिए there is a solution, bamboo is a solution. Fastest sequestration of carbon dioxide we can do by bamboo, और bamboo को as a carbon sink use करने के लिए, because using bamboo we can make more than 1,500 products which are our day-to-day basis. I am here to bring in those all solutions in front of you. We will set with this introductory thing. I will pause here, and as discussion comes in, I will come up with the other aspects of bamboo. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You'll be glad to know that the NEERI is also actively working on the exploit. I'm
very much close to NEERI.
Bamboo for various novel problems in addition to the carbon sequestration. So the forum is set. In fact, everything is going in this direction, and we could see that how potential even your bamboo can be for carbon sequestration. Now, coming to probably the most difficult part of sustainability and like the CO2 management, how to deal with the industry. So Dr. Shruti has already explained that these are the possibilities. Now I'll take the panel to Mr. Sohail Khan, who has a lot of experience in energy conservation, water conservation, resource efficiency, occupational health and safety, and other sustainability domain. And he has already dealt with more than 400 industries under various brands and organizations. So I was remembering that last year or 2 years back, many organizations had pitched in for energy management or energy efficiency, and there was a concept of integrated energy and sustainability management, wherein everything has to be put in together. What is very difficult for the industry that we did in NEERI energy efficiency, we could achieve 15-20%. We could save more than 1,500 tons of CO2 and more than 2 crore rupees. That's very easy. For industry, if you want to change the process, okay,
there should be a technology which is available to retrofit, or there should be an end-of-the-pipe treatment which is very, very economical and really not affecting your cost of the product. So industry challenges are very different. So I would request that how the CII looks into a holistic approach towards net zero, but including energy, water, waste, as all these directly or indirectly contribute towards the net zero.
Thank you. I'm from CI. So how many people feel that CI is a body which actually looking like with an event management or only working with government? Many people have this idea about CI. Whenever you see the event logos are there, people of CI batches, they are running across, doing some working for the event and the food arrangements and all those things. But just want to articulate CI in multiple domains. We have like around 12 center of excellences, which look about all areas of sustainability. Means you talk about quality, you talk about logistics, we talk about sustainable development, we talk about the certifications, we talk about you can say which is requirement from manufacturing of any area of industry. We have 12 center of excellences. I will just touch upon the industrial sustainability now. How many people have seen Nagpur Metro and they are IGBC certified? Can anybody raise their hands? Yeah. What is it? Can anybody tell me what that IGBC is? Just okay. So that's a green building certification for the buildings, or you can say the metro stations or railway stations. So CI, one center of excellence, which is Green Business Center, is talk about all industrial sustainability from all around, whether it's building, companies, products. Even we talk about the new entrepreneurs which are coming on ground with some clean tech solutions in Indian market. We help them to grow also. So we have like 5 cells which are looking into that. And Greenco, which I actually belong from, we look companies very detailedly from all perspectives of sustainability. We talk about energy which is one of the core activities which we're looking into decarbonization activities. When someone creates a strategy, the first strategy is energy consumption minimization. That's the first roadmap. Then second thing, he needs to create an inventory of carbon. Many companies which are struggling, we heard carbon border adjustment mechanism in the first session. What is that? We are going to have a tax from European countries imposed on the products which will be selling them in that country. So how are we going to deal with it? We don't know what carbon emission we've been doing through our own products, our own manufacturing plants, our non-auxiliary bodies in the value chain which are being part of our manufacturing. How that can be dealt with. So we look into that complete carbon management. We create complete inventory for industries and helping them out how to mitigate. So it is one way minimizing the energy consumption. Second way, dealing with the carbon emission from other areas, like even how you can minimize the CO2 emission through your fire extinguisher. You have a 10 kg cylinder, why not dealing with a 9 kg cylinder? Doing the same drill. So we look into that level of ground of industry, so we minimize the carbon. Then we look into water, how water neutral your plant is. We heard water neutrality in the last session. We heard water treatment. We talked about on end-of-pipe solution. We talked a lot on that. But why not looking into the real awareness and real training on the ground itself in the industry? We heard the numbers starting from 35 to 150. But have you seen the taps dripping out in the plants? We have around 60 to 70% industries are MSMEs. Nobody going to talk with them that what water consumption is there in their plant. People are washing, taps are leaking, compressor is leaking. And another thing, the materials are on the ground. We never bothered about. We never looking on the shop floor. But this center of excellence actually looking for that. We talked about carbon, energy, water. We look into material circularity, which is very, very important. And we've been talking more into the next section on circularity. We look into how the raw materials are going into the loop. What are the rejections? What are the byproducts and co-processing can be done with the waste generation from your industry. So we look into that complete material circularity. Then we look into life cycle assessment. This is something, a buzzword which everyone talking about today. Everyone is looking at what emissions or environmental impacts are happening through my product or my manufacturing. So that eutrophication, what we heard in the last session, again, acidification, climate change, GHG potential, whatever these terms are coming up. What those numbers, where you get it from? It is something life cycle assessment is helping you out to look into those perspectives of your product and your processes. Then we have green infrastructure and even the responsibility of product. How you can satisfy your customer, what complaints you are getting, how you can increase the life of your product. So all those things also we look into from a sustainable livelihood or sustainable manufacturing of any industry. Even the biodiversity, what we talked about in multiple ways through wastewater.
treatment. So biodiversity and even the flora and fauna flourishment, we look into those perspectives. And also we recently started a net zero operational carbon certification. This is something companies now pushing up that where they stand today in their carbon emission. They've been installing solar, they've been procuring the windmills, they've been doing some biomass-based boiler they have in their plant, but they want to look at where they stand today, what carbon emissions they've been doing today, and what they have minimized. So I would only conclude with the scenario that जो हुआ अच्छा हुआ, we heard in the first session, but जो हुआ हो चुका, but now we have to look into something from starting in awareness, training, capacity building, and then building up our shop floors as well as at our home also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very impressive that he has a very positive outlook that yes, things can be done. Now, we'll come to the next panelist, who is Mr. Karan Kothariya. Karan, you would like to show some slides quickly?
I don't think we have time for the projector.
Projector will come in 1 second, no problem.
Sure.
Okay. So, Mr. Karan Kothariya is a program associated with the Industrial Sustainability Team at the Council of Energy, Environment and Water. This is one of the, I think, most important policy house in this country, and they are working extensively with the government as well as the private, the industry. He started his career as a management consultant, and he holds a dual degree of BTech and MTech from IIT Bombay. He'll be basically speaking on technology and policy levers for industrial decarbonization, which is one of the very challenging aspects, and how to go ahead about it. And then also effectiveness of marginal abatement cost curves as a policy tool.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin. By the time we set up the projector, let me just quickly introduce my organization. The Council on Energy, Environment and Water is a not-for-profit independent think tank based out of Delhi. We have three main verticals. One is transformations, right? Any sustainable development will entail transformation of your industry, of your economy, of your livelihood, and of your ways of life. Those transformations are necessary to maintain a quality of life when it comes to air, water, food, mobility or cooling that all of us need on a day-to-day basis, right? And we need enablers for making sure that all of this happens, which are finance, technology, and climate resilience. These are also the teams around which our organization is centered, right? Now, before we start, I would just request a quick show of hands. How many in the audience are students today? Quite a few at the back, okay. Yeah, and of course, all of us are students, but formally are pursuing education. I know a lot of the audience members are researchers also. Can we have a show of hands of researchers in the audience? Yes, quite a few. Yes. And
We'll skip it.
And lastly, how many are from industry, if I may ask? Yes. So we have a good enough mix, and I'll try to make it relevant and useful to everyone. The problem that we find ourselves in today is twofold, right? And those are two social tragedies that we have encountered. The first is the tragedy of the commons. Wherein, if there is a common resource, I feel why should I be the only one who will take care of it or who will improve it when you are not doing so, right? That is the first tragedy, which is called as the tragedy of the common. The second tragedy, an example closer to home of the tragedy of commons would be Dr. Nitin having to manage his time when other two sessions got increased, right? If all of the sessions was staying in time, all of us would have benefited. That's an example closer to home. The second is the tragedy of the horizons, wherein we prioritize the short term for the short term benefits against long term benefits that could happen. You heard Dr. Sharma say that board members prioritize profitability right now and environment and sustainability or result achieving, right? That is the second tragedy that we find ourselves in, which is the tragedy of the horizons. And these are wicked problems, but they're not unsolvable. We have two sets of solutions that can help us in this transition or towards a sustainable life that we want. First are technological solutions. And from an industrial sustainability point of view, since I am from that team, we have a suite of solutions that we can deploy. The first and the easiest ones would be energy and material efficiency. So whatever energy that we avoid, whatever material that we avoid processing, it is directly related to lower emissions, right? The second complexity, the second step would be solutions that require substantial change to the process, like maybe an alternative fuel like a green hydrogen that is used in steel industry, right? Or biofuels that will be used for aviation, right? These are alternative fuels which we need to customize our current setups for. Another one in this bracket would be electrification. We know that a lot of legacy boilers which are running for a lot of time are very energy inefficient. They use fuels that have lower calorific values and could be replaced by electric technologies that direct heat very precisely at a point, right? There are a lot of market solutions available. Maybe the awareness or the feasibility of integrating those solutions is lesser, right? That electrification, alternative fuels are two solutions that are intermediate, I would call. And the third is, which are a little bit complex, are carbon capture and sequestration, like sir mentioned. Biological carbon capture is limited to a certain extent depending on the scale at which we can deploy it. But carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration is a tool. And reimagining our processes, like for instance, electric melting technology for producing iron and steel, which will fundamentally change our emissions and the way we do processes, are technologies that are developing, which will require a complete overhaul or reimagination. And on a cost and complexity basis, this is an ascending order with ever evolving technological landscape. Of course, we will develop in technology and many more will come in the future. So a technological set of solutions is one that is available. The second is policy-related solutions and what a government can do to enact a desirable change, right? So a government, if you were to categorize, can do three things. One is they can produce themselves, right? They say, okay, I will produce this thing because it's a social good and I will take on those costs myself. That is what a government can do. The first thing is what they can do. They can also produce common infrastructure for multiple entities to share together. An example would be our transmission and distribution infrastructure, or the UPI network that we've built, or common effluent treatment plants that many industries use together, right? This is somewhat helped by the government, while industry associations also take it up upon themselves to establish these. But in certain cases, they are helped by the government also. So a government can produce. It can also regulate, right? It can set thresholds, like a CBAM has a threshold on whatever products are coming into this jurisdiction, right? Enforceable thresholds and limits. It can completely ban. A government can decide that, okay, no more of this undesirable property, and that's also a solution that's available. A government can also issue guidelines and advisories, which are also very powerful as a policy tool. And why I mention this is because in our group, as scientists, as researchers, and as industrialists, it is our job that we help the government to come up with these correct guidelines and interact with them as much as possible. And the last set that the government has in its disposable, in its arsenal is finance, right? A government can buy goods that are desirable, like for instance, government buying EVs or electric buses to combat pollution. Or it can directly give you money in terms of grants or whatever, where there is no viability. It can have incentives like we've seen the production-linked incentive schemes for industries to do X versus Y. It can also offer subsidies as viability gap for a consumer of a good technology or a good product or a good production scheme. So the point of explaining all of these suite of solutions, both technological and economic, is that we have a lot of choices. It's not that we are facing a hopeless situation and that there's nothing that we can do. And I will share 3 success stories that have utilized this connection between technology and policy very effectively. The first was the Montreal Protocol on chlorofluorocarbons that was enacted, right? it completely banned. All collectively, nations decided that we will not produce these chemicals. And the industry also supported with alternative chemicals and technologies, right? So that's an effective solution without which radiation levels would have been much higher, those would have depleted much strongly. So Montreal Protocol is one. Second is the steep learning rates of solar and battery that we're seeing today. In 2010, the cost per kilowatt hour of solar electricity was around 15 to 18 rupees. Now, with battery, it is below coal. And the recent, a couple of days ago, SECI auction completed. The cost of renewable energy, solar plus storage, was 3.5 rupees per kilowatt hour, much below coal electricity. So going forward, if I have to even prioritize my economic well-being, I will just opt for solar because it's cheaper for me and it's also environmentally friendly. And the third success story that we've seen is the third success story that we've seen is the rapid proliferation of LED lighting. Right, in 5 years, that technology went from a 0.6% market share to 75% market share in new products that are coming out. So with a combination of technology and policy, all of these are possible, but we have to be careful in choosing the pathway that we want to enact or the particular instrument, the particular technology that we want to enact. And that is where tools like a marginal abatement cost curve or things like that come in handy. I would have annotated it with a slide, but for timing, I'll leave it to you, Dr. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Your expression was very clear and exactly. So we can easily understand that the science of climate change is clear. The impact is very complex. The scientists and everybody is trying to understand and see it's very, very complex. The technological solutions are also understood and fairly developed to a great extent. The policy is also understood and framed. Now, the two challenges we have that we understand the science of climate change to prevent it. So we have to make a huge impact by prevention because prevention is always the best, better than of course the cure. And then how to implement these technology in such a way that we can make a difference. So you must have realized that we have an expert panel with diverse expertise. Okay, and you are free to ask, I think, a very wide range of subjects of question. The only thing is keeping in mind the time constraint. Be very brief in your question so that you will get more time for them to respond to. So the floor is open for you, and of course you can interact with them during the lunch and after the lunch as well. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, all of you, for such an enriching discussion. I'm a researcher in the business sustainability landscape. So what I observed in the business landscape, so most of the corporates are basically trying to abide by the regulations. So the motivation is to follow the regulations. So there is some kind of a pressure which is being enacted on corporates, and as a result of that, they are trying to fulfill the regulations. So I wanted to ask the panelists, so what how can we incentivize the corporates so that they can follow these norms or standards on their own instead of this kind of policing approach wherein we command and control the corporates?
So, with respect to incentivization, I would say that, see, those things are mandatory. They have to do at any cost, firstly. But from perspective of environmental sustainability, we can look into, we have one model with, in Rajasthan, like we have collaboration with Rajasthan State Pollution Control Board, that if you go for a Greenco certification, you will get a benefits on your consent to operate. So like if you are Greenco Platinum certified, you will be getting directly 50% reduction of consent to operate an extra 1 year. So like if you have a 10 year of consent to operate, you will get extra 1 year, that is 11 years. And if you have a consent of like 5 lakh rupees, you will, and you are platinum certified, you will get directly 2.5 lakh rupees. So this is something which is minimizing the load on the board also, that companies are automatically going for environmental benefit, environmental sustainability. That is the one way. And another way is companies are accepting, their corporates are accepting, and that is driving into their all type of plants. That is another one way. Then the second way, promotion has happened in Tamil Nadu, which is again with MSMEs.
the green fees are actually getting leveraged because again the load, the like Tripur cluster is again a very polluted cluster. Coimbatore cluster is again a polluted cluster. Am I right? Yeah. So these clusters are very polluted, and these are the headaches for the again the boards and the other regulatory bodies. So they are asking KI how they can look into it, how they can minimize. So we're looking into these type of certification so that they improve from ground level. It is not something which we asking them a rocket science to change the technology. We ask them to train the people. We ask them to use the low technology like LED lights. Many SMEs still using CFLs and tube lights in their plant. That is having a lot of dust sitting on their tube light. They don't know what is reflection, how that can be used. Even the white paint utilization, we've been helping them in learning eco products for the floor cleaning, eco products for their toilet cleaning, eco products for their manufacturing. So all those things are small things which are helping them to grow. So these are the few case studies I can bring you for the incentivization.
Yeah. Just I would like to add here. When you are talking about incentives to industry, you have to really see the real data. So if you see the CO2 which is coming maximum, the 77% of the CO2 is coming from the top 100 industry. There are thousands of industry. 77% of that is coming from only 100 industry. Similarly, if you see the richest people, 1% of the richest people of the globe, which is 77 million people, they are contributing 17% of the CO2, and top 10% richest people are giving half of the CO2. So, and even the billionaires which you are talking about in the globe, the top 10 billionaires are giving 17 million ton of CO2 to the atmosphere. So when you know the people who are causing the CO2 to the atmosphere but damaging most, do you think we should give an incentive to them? I think this is not at all. The people, 50% of the poorest people, 8% only CO2 they are giving. They are the most sufferer. I think if at all you have to give something, you have to give to them, not the industry people. I think that we have to keep in mind. Because totally it is skewed. 100% skewed system is there. So I think we should not talk in terms of giving any incentives. Thank you very much.
I think, yeah, you can. Okay. For me, when you ask for business sustainability, I think there is a business case to it. It's purely when you look at triple bottom line as a concept where they talk about people, planet, and profit. The most important for a business profitability, while goal is profitability, but what the journey has to be where you have to take care of the environment and mature and take care of the people. And it's not just any philosophical saying, there is a business case. So if you take people from the community, yes, there is a social part of it, but then when you look at the business case of it, there is somebody who will stay in your business, somebody who you will be able to retain, maybe come with a low cost. So there are business when you look at value chain, sourcing from in and around, or look at suppliers who are from the community. There is always a business case to it, including renewables. Again, as Karan has already mentioned about the cost efficiency part of it. When he in fact very elaborately spoke about the sustainable value framework. I'm a professor, so I more rely on framework. So the low-hanging fruit is waste and energy. Just looking at your waste, you reduce, you say so much of money is being saved from a business. Just look at energy. The moment efficiency comes in, it means cost being saved. It means bottom line, positive impact on your bottom line. Look at your reputational risk you as a business, is mitigating, and that talks about the top line here. So bottom line and top line, immense value which is being created.
Yeah, I will support Sunil that incentivizing means incentive देके सिर्फ हर चीज को problem solve नहीं कर सकते कि उससे we are more making them dependent on getting the incentives instead of getting the solutions. I represent Catalyzer Foundation, my organization, through which I mitigate all, try to give the solution. And Catalyzer Foundation, I name is K because I do this by transferring the knowledge. And during this, my experience curve is that if we able to advocate and give right knowledge and information to the people, and we can showcase how on long term, short term, and holistically the change which we are recommending is going to benefit them. It automatically gets percolated and gets into action plan. So that's what the methodology I'm practicing, and that's because this question was not my subject, but my experience I wanted to share and tell about how things can be done. So catalyzing things through knowledge and explaining to the depth, to the proper stakeholder is the one of the solution to get the sustainability in our business value chain. Yeah.
Thank you. I would just like to make one small point. We fundamentally don't believe that anyone is evil, right? The industry is not doing this to harm the planet. They are doing this to protect their interests, right? And as Mr. Singh said, very correctly, that the top 10% are responsible for bulk of the problem. And by the virtue of us sitting in this hall, we are the part of that top 10. So an incentive by which we can incentivize a producer is by demanding good sustainable products, services that we can offer, and by paying more money for those sustainable products and services also. A personal call for everyone sitting in this that we should think about this as well.
Thank you. Any question, please?
So we'll continue in the lunch session.
Hello, one question.
Okay.
I think it already skipped.
In the process of decarbonization, how will address the embodied carbon? Embodied carbon. Embodied carbon.
Embodied
carbon in the soil.
Okay, so if the recent Article 6, I think COP29, there was, when they were talking about carbon markets, and there was a rule which came about from the carbon credit. I think Karan can also explain about it. So they have been speaking about embodied carbon also. So when you look at it from an, where you talk about the recent carbon market, you even, there are calculations as far as embodied carbon, the material which goes into construction. You even calculate the embodied carbon. So I think measuring becomes very important here, as rightly all the panelists says, that you have to understand where you are. You have to measure your GHG. Inventorization becomes the first step to it. Understand your scope 1, understand scope 2, understand scope your 3. Even look at the scope 4, which is not standardized as such, but even you have to look at what all things you will be avoiding. So once you can measure it well, it manages well. So when we look at embodied carbon, yes, it is being measured also, but then at the design stage. Not at the later stage, then we can't look at embodied.
So for embodied carbon, the topic I am taking about bamboo, how it can be compared in our day-to-day life. If we see the carbon footprint of cement and the day-to-day change which has happened, earlier we used to have wooden frames in our home for our door frame and window frames. We slowly shifted to some part concrete. Somewhere we are going for modular, plastic, and all those, and aluminum. So all these things, if you see the production cycle, they are carbon generating things. Whereas with bamboo, which is getting converted into a renewable source of material, and if we start shifting or making a shift of using bamboo for this kind of applications, is also known as we are embedding the carbon and indirectly reducing and contributing to carbon sink. So that is the way, another example which was directly connected to bamboo, I wanted to bring in front of you.
Yeah, I think this is a very good discussion. I wanted to bring the different cycle carbon is involved. So whenever we are talking the solution of carbon sequestration, I think we need to keep in mind the time scale of the different cycle operate. So when we are talking CO2 cycle, even diagonal variation is there, you know that. Daytime CO2 vary. So daytime it will be because of photosynthesis. A lot of CO2 will be consumed and daytime it will be increased, so there will be variation. If you see seasonal variation, so even the monsoon season, because a lot of productivity will increase, plants will increase, so CO2 will be going down. We should not confuse all those things with the CO2 which they are producing. So even if whenever you are talking about the CO2 consumed because of this biological activity, even bamboo, you have to see the time scales. The
even if you produce today bamboo, the 50 ton of carbon means per hectare per year is consumption total. But again, what will happen to the CO2? Even if you're using it like some building material or some furniture, after 50 years, after 100 years, going back, come back to the atmosphere. The CO2, which we are talking, which is creating problem, not this CO2. This CO2, which was stored in the sediment, the petroleum, coal, which are supposed to go to the bottom of the earth, the interior of the earth, that CO2 we have to worry about. And that is million at time scale. So we have to completely remove this CO2. Whatever way, if this bamboo, if you want to put in the ocean sediment, yes, that will solve the problem, but not the huge. Like if you convert CO2 to the cloth, that 100 year maximum, it is not going to solve the problem. The problem will solve the CO2 which you have put in the long-term scale CO2, which had to go to the bottom of the sediment, which had to go to the interior of the earth, and that is the solution we are looking for. This is all talking about different seaweed people are talking about. But see, after some time, all the CO2 will come back to the atmosphere. We are not talking that kind of solution because this CO2 has been produced because of something else which is long-term footprint. So I think that we have to keep in mind, not this different time scale CO2. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So finally, we thought that it's closing the loop is very important as far as the CO2 is concerned. So we had a fantastic session with lots of insights coming from our very different levels of the expertise, in fact. And I don't need to summarize it because it was so lucid and so clear the way they explained. The only thing is like Mr. Sohail remember Dr. Agnihotri. So I also remembered and I was wondering that as a scientist, how do I accept that he's saying कि जो भी होता है उसमें कुछ positive होता है और अच्छे के लिए होता है. Anything happening is there is some positive side. So I thought he's a friend of mine and I'll challenge him that what is happening in the atmosphere and the global warming, what is good about it? We are playing around with the sustainability. And then immediately thought came to my mind that if we did not have these kind of challenges, probably we were not talking to each other. We were not coming together. We were not challenging ourselves the way Dr. Kannan explained about the COVID situation. We are not putting together our innovations and probably looking for the disruptive technologies which the expert have already mentioned coming from the LED or solar panel. So that's a positive part of it, but we need to act upon it. The way he showed that उन्होंने जेल में बंद कर दिया उसका फायदा हुआ, so we need to also probably block the CO2, put it in the jail, and develop such a sustainable processes that although it looks very difficult that our resource consumption will increase in future, it's very difficult to control those rich people. I heard that 47% increase in the private jet in the last 4 years. So why not as a scientist and a responsible citizen, we will put our act together to further develop innovations and advanced technology and disruptive technology so that we are probably making our ambitions fulfilled and at the same time we are not harming this planet. So with this note, first I would like to profusely apologize for the panelists for taking a little bit of giving them a little bit of less time. And to tell you, like Dr. Sunil Kumar said, he has to go to his institute and organize such an event immediately, but he was very kind enough, Dr. Kannan. All the panelists, some of the panelists we could approach at the very last moment. And the reason I would share with you that there is a winter session planned in Nagpur, and of course, there are many other things. Thanks a lot for respecting our, in fact, invitation and making this a great success. And all of you are free to contact them after the lunch break and in the evening as well. Thank you so much. Devashi, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you everyone for sharing your thought-provoking address and experience. So the perspectives you offered are very insightful and your contributions added significant value to the overall discussion. So with that, we would conclude this session. Before that, I request our moderator, Dr. Nitin sir, to kindly present the memento to our panelists. I request Dr. Sunil sir to please present Memento to Nitin sir. Sir, request for a group photograph. Yeah. So sorry for keeping you all waited for the lunch. So please go for lunch and we'll meet here by 3 o'clock, 3:15. Session में नहीं हुआ. Actually, ग्रुप फोटो चैनल जब स्टार्टिंग में वहाँ पे वो अनिल गुटी जी पहले ले लेते बैठ के सबको. वो खड़े हुए बैठे हुए तो लेते हैं. फर्स्ट वाले में तो करना.
Yes, I know that. All my gifts, I mean, please ensure that my slide is coming.
मैडम वो माइक यहाँ से ले लेना.
उनका
सुनील सर के हाथ में नहीं दिख रहा ना. मैं बताइए.
तो बोला था कि किसी का रहेंगे बिल पता करना था किसका सर ते कन्वेंट सर आहेत ना. हॅलो त्यांचा आहे ते येस येस ही ओनली केम टू मी आणि वाज लाईक ते स्वतः आले माझ्याकडे आणि बोलले की त्याचं ते हे होतं आयपॅड होतं तर ती स्वतः आली लॅपटॉप आयपॅड मिळत नाहीये तर तो त्यांचाच आहे येस 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 ते विचारलं नाही मी ऍक्च्युअली अँग्री वाटली मला की प्लीज मेक शुअर की इट कम्स सम टाइम कारण की ते इज लिव्हिंग नाव इट सम टाइम तर आता सर मग ते कसं इथे कसं आणायचं तुम्ही फॅक्टरीला गेले काय ठीक ठीक आहे ना सर ओके मी बाहेर येऊन जाईल
मजा के जाती है
बस काफी है।
एक काम करो, लगाना हो तो लगा दो। क्या होता है? क्या है? क्या लगा दिया है? क्या होता है? तो आज भी ठीक है। अब यहाँ तो वही थी उसमें।
Yes, yes. क्या है क्या है क्या है
kind of event management वर्षी CIR।
ये बताओ अच्छा नहीं अभी को नहीं
उज्ज्वल नंबर की जब बात है
एक मिनट
चल ठीक है वो मेरा स्पॉन्सर
नीरज जो कोई हमने को कितना जो गुस्से हमने अच्छा गुस्से हाँ एक बार
ग्रुप भी बना के तुम लोगों ने
अरे आपको पता नहीं हर इसका अलग ग्रुप बनता है
नहीं बेटा
इसका कि वो लेकिन वो लोग नाम देख के बैठ जाएंगे मॉडरेटर हमारा नाम देख के बैठ जाएंगे
जैसे रिकॉर्डिंग है
मॉडरेटर कौन है मॉडरेटर सेट मॉडरेटर कौन है कौन हाँ मैं और बस ऐसे सिंपल लगा दूं यहाँ लगा दूं सच्चे 40 मिनट का ऑर्डर को इंट्रो उनसे लेके उनसे सारे देंगे बट सच
ये देख इधर ही है
मैं घर को लेके गया है सचिन के बाद लाइव चालू ले सकते हैं टीवी चैनल और श्रीनिवास में कनेक्टेड और टीवी एसपी श्रीनिवास लेकिन ना एसपी श्रीनिवास श्रीनिवास फ्लेक्सिबल सो नहीं ये ट्रेड प्रोफेसर है ये है ये मीटिंग है
ये उनका है मॉडरेटर का
हाँ
ये अपना बोलो
नहीं यहाँ पे मेरे पास सौरभ
संभाल के
अरे वो भाग की पॉइंट सौरभ हियर क्या हो के बाद भाग नहीं है
इधर लाया
मैंने क्या अनुराग सर
मेरे को वैसे ही मिला हुआ ही था किसका है वो नहीं पता
अनुराग सर
वो जो दूसरे वो
ब्लू ब्लेजर पहने
इतना टाइम बाद उनको समझा कि मेरे को ही
अच्छा नाम भी लेना सर तुम्हें देखना चाहिए
तो मेक श्योर कर रहे कि आपको वापस मिले
अब क्या है
सीआई में क्या है नागपुर सेक्रेटरीट है अपना इधर अच्छा मैं और अनुराग वहाँ पे
तो ये जो सर आए थे खान वो भी सीआ है ना, तो मतलब आप उनके अंडर हो?
नहीं अंडर कोई नहीं करता। साथ मतलब उनका डिपार्टमेंट अलग है।
अच्छा
वो ग्रीन बिजनेस है।
अगर हमको सीआईआई का इवेंट पे करवाना है तो उसके लिए क्या प्रोसीजर है?
आप ही कर दो तो करेंगे ना, बात हो गई मेरे पीछे
हम ही रहेंगे हम ही रहेंगे हमको थोड़ा सा तो
करेंगे।
हमने कर दिया मॉडरेटर दे दिया
बोले पार्टी ना
वहाँ पे काम देखा। यस
ठीक है हो गया, अभी तो खाना खा लेते हैं। अभी तो हो गया ये सेशन। ठीक है
कब तक का चलेगा?
सेशन ही चलाना है बंदा का।
हेलो हेलो
स्टार्ट में थी ऑप्शन
हेलो
मेरा फोन आप ही जा रहे हो क्या?
फोन में कोई है क्या?
एक फोटो लो तो मेरा, बहुत दिन से फोटो नहीं लिए।
किसी को दे दे मेरा पेमेंट
ये पकड़ा देती किसी को।
रोज बोलो ना इधर ऐसे।
हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 गाइस लुक, सब लोग इधर ध्यान दो। ऑडियंस आई नीड योर अटेंशन ऑडियंस। अरे क्या अच्छा कॉपी नहीं करके रखते लोग मैं उसको।
एक ऐसी एक में हाथ हमको ऊपर अगर एक अच्छी आखिरी वाली।
ये तो फेक लग रही है।
नहीं नहीं
एक
नहीं नहीं ये नहीं अजय
ये अच्छी है ये
है हाँ ये अच्छी है।
थोड़ा वो लो ना तो ये आया के लोगे ना अपन। हेलो 1 2 3 माइक चेक ऑडियंस आई नीड योर अटेंशन ऑडियंस। हो गया चलो खाना खा लो भाई। आपको खाना छोड़ के चले भाई चला गया तो
आप लोग करवा लो अगला की दोनों से बहुत सारे आप लोग के
क्या है करता है ये क्या है कि बात नहीं
मतलब देखो ये आप लेंस से ऑर्डर करेंगे
तो अभी तो एवरीथिंग टेबल है स्पेशली क्या है तो ये लगता है कि just 5% तो बाकी I started thinking
झटका नाही पडलो नाही काय नाही काय नाही एक्सचेंजला माहित नाही ते मग कमी होत राहतात मग सुरुवातीला जास्त होते हा कमी आहे मेजर ऑडिटर हा क्लिअरली भेटतो ना तिकडे मी invited participants, CI and industry participants, the participants invited are one thing म्हणजे environment पुढे बसत active strategy area for the brand and एक area थोडं ecology environment science and side thing या एरियामध्ये काम करणाऱ्या नीरीच्या म्हणजे CSIR झाला नीरी विनायक आहे सर आपण देखील जसा माहिती आता माइंड सेल करेल
आज मेरे को लगा था जाएगा
Goa, CSIR Honor, त्यांना सगळ्यांना नेऊन वन वीक एक आठवडाभर त्याच्यात किंवा वेगवेगळे प्रोग्राम असतील आता एकूण नीरीमध्ये असतं इनॉग्रेशन प्रोग्राम त्या प्रोग्रामानंतर ते गोव्याला याच आठवड्यामध्ये आणि सर अशा किती 8 थीम म्हटलं 8 एरोस्पेस मध्ये काही जे मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग आहे हा तसं तुमची दुर्गा गोष्ट आहे हा सेमी वेगवेगळ्या थीम्सवर
हम लोग का जो अर्थिंग इलेक्ट्रोड है उसका एक्सेलरेटेड डिग्रेडेशन टेस्ट करो। कुछ
बोला था एक बार विजिट करूंगा वो भगवान एयरपोर्ट पे मिले मैंने साथ में हम जा रहे थे
एक्चुअली क्या होता है सर में अबुल सर और 2 साल तक ये करूँगा रिसर्च पेपर भी दे अभी इंटरेस्ट बताओ शो पास में शो पर आगे क्या करूँ देखिए मैं 5:30 का भी फ्री रहूंगा सर
एक कंट्री ग्रोथ है हाँ तो राइट industry that classic industry where no company great model great that the industry is called the right industry the party consider and is the way any condition not they go right side right E for white in this kind of occupation मध्ये आपली ये MOF ने निकाला
कोई एक्शन नोटिफिकेशन निकलता है ये एलपीसीबी वाले उसको भी चेक करते हैं
हाँ वो अपने हिसाब से उसको इंटरप्रेट करते हैं तो सारे किसी भी जो है
डाला एक्सपेंशन का अपने को देखा आपको गवर्नमेंट क्लियरेंस लेना
हाँ
क्या डेफिनेशन जब भी आपको नोटिफिकेशन में दिखता है 60,000 का सारे लोग आपको चाहिए तो 60 एमपी लिखता है मतलब 60 मेट्रिक टन पर है
अरे
तो मैंने इसको बोला कि सर ऐसा है
60 मेट्रिक टन क्या होता है 60 टन
पीएमआई के पास में 5 किलो की बढ़ती है जो कंपनी की सबसे छोटी है तो उनको कैसे मतलब मैंने सुधारी पता है फिर दोनों बोला अगर वो 20 घंटे चली तो 100 किलो बेट कर देगी तो 0.06 एमपीपीए इज 60 मेट्रिक टन पर है मतलब वीएमआई को किसी करनी चाहिए तो एलपीजी को कोई चीज को भी मैं ये जो स्टैंडर्ड रिपीएमेशन का प्रोजेक्ट डाला पुलिस कम्युनिकेशन उसके लिए हमको एक शो कॉज है कि आप बिना वारंटी पर स्टैंड कैसे ला स्टैंड खरीदने प्रयागराज से आपके प्रोसेस उसमें डिक्लेयर्ड है कि कंपनी इंडस्ट्री खरीदती और अब भी हम पहले देख रहे थे उसको भी क्लेम कर उसमें होता कि हमारा कंसर्न जो है कास्टिंग इंडस्ट्री हटा के माइनिंग का मेरा 2017 से कंसर्न माइनिंग भी चल सेक्रेटरी का ये है ये तो बोलता बाउंड्री आती नहीं कि जिंदगी नॉर्मल आपसे गया बस आया नहीं गया गया उसको करना अभी सब उसके अंदर में steel industry is not something which is new to him. अकबर का अगर सुबह सुबह पहचान नहीं है कपड़े में आ गया यांचे भाऊ मोठे भाऊ ते agricultural waste people. There are residues. That is for the agricultural industry. Your benefit. Say, एग्री वेस्ट में जो आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं उसके लिए मिनिमम फार्म साइज क्या चाहिए मैक्सिमम फार्मर को ध्यान रखते हैं जैसे यहाँ पे प्रॉफिट बेस बड़ा है तो उस काम को उसकी देखिए और अभी स्टॉक पर बाय पर प्रोडक्ट प्लीज मेरी वाइफ भी काम नहीं करती है बहुत बड़ा नहीं है आपको We have the other process to properly source your daily process और समाज में इसका शेड्यूल ये मतलब यदि अंतिकरण तो और भी सब ठीक तरीके से ये हम फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली एक कलेक्शन वाले ये सब आपकी 35 से 40 रुपए देते हैं
Yes, ये वाला
वर्ड ऑफ माउथ से पूरा खत्म हो गया उनके लिए क्राइटेरिया मिनिमम कलेक्शन सेंटर से तो प्यूरिटी वाला मैटर है क्योंकि कोई भी हमारे घर पे किया है तो मैं उसके ऑपरेशन में काम नहीं करता मैं डिमांड लगाते रहता पेरी इसको प्रॉफिटेबल कैसे करता बिल्कुल ठीक दिखा जाता है तो प्रॉफिट तो बच जाता उसका पनीर बना देते 3-4 दिन में कुछ किया
हाँ हाँ
मारी पेट मेरी बिल्ली का तो सब गांव का
फायर आणि केमिस्ट्री आम्हाला काय असं आहे म्हणजे आम्ही जेव्हा मीटिंग करायचो तेव्हा आम्ही त्याला वेटिंग छोटे establish go to other tiles and make it more compelling. Another. Please suggest you. Oh. I'm just saying. I want to parties सांगितलं. Monitoring game mostly stack monitoring करायचं. Stack monitoring तर ती वेगळी टीम आहे. Take this. नहीं एरियरी नहीं इंडस्ट्री नव्हता एरियरी ते 6 वर्षाचं टेरियर पाहिजे हां त्यातलं केसमध्ये कन्सिडर झालं ते साधारण डेव्हलपर त्यांची 3.5 वर्ष केलं होतं तेव्हा ते सिक्युरिटी तेव्हा तर वेगळी या स्क्रीनमध्ये त्यांनी 6 वर्ष त्याला सॉफ्ट application प्रयत्न त्यांनी आपली काय लक्षात ते कमाई करतात जेव्हा मोस्टली करतात आपके है आपको आपको लेके बोला है अभी इसमें प्रेजेंटेशन है क्या प्रेजेंटेशन और थोड़ा विषय
प्रेजेंटेशन है सर
नहीं प्रेजेंटेशन
किसी का नहीं
नहीं ये एनवायरमेंट फॉर्म दूसरे लिरिक्स सिस्टम आ रहा है सहसा 8 to 10 candidates का काफी
चाकरी लड़कियां देखी गई ना उनके तो
लड़कियों के पास
हाँ और बोला मैंने तो कोई देखी नहीं जाते Yes.
He's checking. Welcome back, everyone. Shall I start, sir? People will gradually come. No, so welcome back. Post a delightful networking lunch, we are again re-energized to dive into the third panel discussion, solid waste management and circular economy. So this session will explore transformative ideas like zero waste cities, regulatory frameworks for circular economies, and business innovation in waste management. The panel will also address challenges and identify opportunities for scaling circular solutions. So moderating this session will be our Dr. Mahindra P. Patil, who is the chair of the Waste Management Vertical at CSIR-NEERI. And our distinguished panelist includes Dr. Sachin Mandvagne, Professor and former Head Chemical Engineering Department, VNIT Nagpur. Mr. Saurav Mohta, Director, Trueform Techno Products Private Limited. Dr. S.V. Srinivasan, Senior Principal Scientist at CSIR CLRI Chennai. And Mr. Nitin Srivastav, Director, Raymond Yoko Denim, Yavatmal. I request the moderator and the panelists to please grace the dais. We look forward for a vibrant discussion with our moderator, Dr. Patil, and we'll open the forum once the discussion is over. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. So, very good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to this session on solid waste management and circular economy. As we are aware, solid waste management is one of the most complicated and challenging area in the domain of environmental science and engineering.
In our day-to-day life, we come across different types of waste, which is municipal solid waste, industrial solid waste, agriculture waste, plastic waste, battery waste, e-waste, and so on and so forth. All these waste, they have different sources of generation. These waste have different characteristics. They have different environmental impacts, and because of this, they also have different regulations for management, and they have different technologies for management. It will not be possible for us to cover all these waste in the allotted time of 1 hour. So we have to focus on some of the waste which pose a significant challenge due to their quantum, due to their characteristics, and due to the environmental impacts they impart. Hence, in this session, we'll try to focus on 3 important waste streams, namely industrial solid and hazardous waste, municipal solid waste, and agriculture waste. India currently generates more than 9 million metric tons of hazardous waste. We generate more than 58 million metric tons of municipal solid waste. Agriculture waste, I don't know, we don't have the correct estimates yet. And we have seen that due to unscientific disposal of these waste, this has resulted in number of contaminated sites. It has resulted in contamination of precious natural resources such as groundwater contamination. We have also seen that due to improper handling, for example, burning of the agriculture residue leads to severe air pollution issues, especially the Delhi area. Therefore, in this session, we'll try to deliberate on the critical issues associated with management of these waste, and we'll also look at the possible solutions for sustainable solutions for environmentally sound management of this waste, with focus on circular economy. So to deliberate on these issues, we have 4 esteemed panelists. Our first panelist is Dr. Sachin Mandavkani, Professor and former Head Chemical Engineering Department, VNIT Nagpur. Second panelist is Dr. S.V. Srinivasan, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR-NEERI Chennai, which is our sister laboratory. We have Mr. Saurabh Mohta, Director, Perform Techno Products Private Limited, Nagpur. And we have Mr. Nitish Srivastava, Plant Head, Raymond Yugo Denim Private Limited, Jaipur. So, considering the available time, we'll have deliberations for about 40 to 45 minutes, that is 10 minutes for each panelist. And then we'll take, we'll have interaction with the audience, we'll take questions for about 10 to 15 minutes. So with the vast knowledge and experience of all the panelists, we look forward for an interesting and fruitful discussion in this session. So our first panelist, Dr. Sachin Mandavkani, he'll be presenting his views and experience. He will be sharing his experience on agriculture waste management. So over to Dr. Sachin Mandavkani. So just to put some questions, maybe you can elaborate what are the types of agriculture waste generated, what is the quantum, what is the present status of management of these waste. So yeah.
So thank you for inviting me. As far as agricultural waste are concerned, we typically from the month of November, we start listening that in Punjab, Haryana, stubble burning is an issue, and the visibility in NCR is very poor. So as far as agricultural waste is concerned, if you look at the agricultural produce like grains, wheat, rice, or any grain, almost per kg of a grain, equal amount of agricultural residue is produced. In our part of India, Vidarbha, we have cotton stock. We have cotton, then we have soybean, then we have peas. There also, once harvesting is done, agricultural residue is left. Most common and conventional way is open burning. Unlike because of the geographical condition and the wind direction, something which is born in Punjab, Haryana, the air comes to Mumbai, comes to Delhi and NCR, and the situation becomes extremely bad. If you look at around Nagpur or in Vidarbha, in the month of December, late November and December, same thing is happening. Farmers buy. So, as far as agricultural residue utilization is concerned, it's mostly burnt. In some cases, this is converted into biomass briquettes, and these biomass briquettes are used in boiler furnace as a replacement for conventional coal or as a conventional fuel. So, what we are doing right now is we are trying to find out on-farm solution for converting this biomass into something which is useful for the agriculture, for livestock, for farms. We develop method of rapid decomposition of paddy straw, cotton straw, which takes around 3 months to 4 months time. We reduce that time to 3 to 4 days. Then we develop another method of on-farm enzyme production. And the process is immediate proof, the farmers can do it. And using this enzyme for enrichment of fodder. Like for example, this in Vidarbha, we have shortage of dry fodder. On the other side, we have surplus of agricultural residue. So which is otherwise agricultural residue or waste, we're trying to convert it into a nutrient-rich fodder using the patented enzyme. The farmer themselves can do it. And third thing is about biogas. Apart from cow dung and other dungs, supplementing it with agricultural residue, we found that gas production is enriched. One. Second, gas enriched means we get a more methane, richer with methane. Second, faster production of biogas, and the slurry quality has been improved. So this is what we are trying to do with the farmers, small farmers, marginal farmers. Secondly, our focus is on, this is one part which is very common in India. Second part, which is relatively richer farmers, affluent farmers, where you have irrigation. Farmers are in the business of, they are growing horticulture products like flowers, fruits, and vegetables. Typically, if we consider any fruit, around 30 to 40% goes waste because of untimely rain, poor transportation, poor cold storage, or a number of reasons. The fundamental reason is the falling. The fall. So creating value from potato, onion, oranges, mango. So that's what we are doing with absolute circularity, where waste is used for creating valuable products like nutraceutical, dietary fiber, and finally, the end of life is either biogas and compost or directly to the compost. So we call it as waste biorefinery approach. So we have one such waste biorefinery based on potato at Hapur near Ghaziabad. And we are working on oranges. We are working with small farmers so that the Nagpur oranges, those who are from outside Nagpur or maybe from Nagpur itself, the Nagpur oranges are having GI tag, that is geographical indicator. They are specific to Nagpur location. And the uniqueness of these Nagpur oranges are one, its flavor. Second, the fragrance and the size. So we develop a method of extracting oil from these oranges. And if you travel, you'll find that Nagpur airport or all, you'll find many orange burfis and also many things, right? So this orange oil is used in cosmetics, flavor, and fragrance. Not only so, it's a rich source of citrate and phosphates. So we are creating some value from these waste and applied this concept of oranges and potatoes for almost all tropical fruits and vegetables. Third thing that we found that from farmers' point of view, water is a serious problem in India. India has 40% deficiency of water. On the other side, we have a lot of waste in agriculture, maybe dry waste or a green waste. So converting it into a useful fodder is something that we are working. This is what we are working as far as, and these are two important aspects. Brown waste, where you have straw and stack, and when you have briquettes, of another thing which is very interesting, that in NCR, November 2022, CAQM, Commission on Air Quality Management, they said that in NCR, manufacturing industries can use only clean fuel, PNG, either PNG or clean fuel. And in the clean fuel, they schedule biomass as a clean fuel. So a lot of industries are now started using biofuel, typically rice husk, sawdust in the industry. The ash which is generated is a rich source of potash. So we extracted biopotash, extracted biophosphorus, and used it back into the soil. So again, we are trying to achieve the circularity.
So apart from the agriculture residue, we also have many food processing industries located in and around. So they also generate significant quantities of waste. So any what are your suggestions for processing or utilization of such waste?
So see, MIPA, Ministry of Food Processing Industry, they have sanctioned almost 20 plus food processing parks. In Maharashtra, there are a couple of them are functional. Ajmer, Alwar, there are a couple of things they are functional. Typically, fruit and food processing industry is extensively water intensive. General, if you take any fruit, oranges, any fruit, it contains almost 70% moisture. So, what the easiest thing that we have come up are following. One, each fruit peel by nature has been bestowed by some or the other bioactive molecule. So extraction of that bioactive molecule, and in India, you will find last maybe a year before, on almost all newspapers front page, you'll find advertisements of nutraceuticals. Patanjali has done so much of thing, and typically post-COVID, you and me have consumed antioxidants like anything. All these antioxidants and nutraceuticals are naturally available because they are polyphenols in nature. They are naturally available in the skin of fruit or vegetables, typically in fruits. So isolating those, it's a high value product. Now you will find that fibers are soluble fibers, insoluble fibers. We have biscuits with fiber, we have atta with fibers. So fibers are another very important thing. So extracting fibers from that, these are high value, low volume products. And when it comes to mass, so anaerobic digestion, we have different ways of biogas, anaerobic digestion, and the end of life will always be a forming compost. So that my raw material for the food or food industry is from agriculture, let apart the waste as a part of compost, go back to agriculture for replenishing the soil.
So thank you, Dr. Sachin, for giving an elaborate view on management of agriculture waste. So now we'll move on to our second panelist, Dr. Srinivasan, who will be presenting his views on municipal solid waste management. As I told you, India generates almost 58 million metric tons of municipal solid waste. Most of the cities, they are struggling with handling, processing and disposal of this waste. As we all know, we generate, most of the cities, they generate mixed waste. Segregation is not happening at many places. And once we generate mixed waste, the management is very difficult. So typically in the cities, municipal solid waste generation is from individual households. But apart from that, there are many bulk waste generators, like used housing complexes, colonies. So handling and processing of this waste, bulk waste, is really a very challenging issue. So I would like to request Dr. Srinivasan to present his views on maybe specifically on bulk waste generated from urban areas. Yeah, over to you, Dr. Srinivasan.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. The chairman as well as the panelists. It's a great pleasure to be part of this panel discussion. And today morning we had a discussion about water and decarbonization, sustainability. In the morning, I think Dr. Karim was talking about even if you take wastewater, it is 98% water, only 2%. That 2% he said is very difficult complex. If you take a solid waste, it will be more reverse. Only 2% will be common, 98% will be difference. So as you said, you have a complex waste. He was talking about agricultural waste. If you take industrial waste, plastic waste, different waste. So even where complex is this solid waste is very complicated compared to even water. So that is where actually the technologies and the solutions are not very common. So very specific solution for a particular case. So what has been done in Chennai may not be applicable in Nagpur. Nagpur is what is done may not be applicable. So we have to be very specific. And now this municipal waste, the characteristics also is very much changed because of our societal changes, cultural changes. Because now we do a lot of packaging, food packagings, and we do order a lot of CD, etc. So even the calorific value, I think long back, even the waste energy plants were not successful in India for the ideal waste because calorific values were very less. Now you can see a lot of waste energy plants coming up in Indian cities because the calorific values have gone up and there are a lot of changes in the characteristics of waste. Similarly, if you see the municipal waste, if you can categorize or segregate at source, that is the best way. That is a pollution prevention. What is the pollution prevention is better. When you are not able to generate, that will be the best. But if you are not able to generate, at least even if you generate, you segregate the waste. Because even the plastic, whatever the plastic, paper, metal part, we have some value for that. It can be immediately recycled. A lot of recyclers are available. And now there are companies are also trying to take this recyclable materials from you and try to recycle it and give you a return also. They are ready to give you some money also, value for that. And if you see the other part, that is a vegetable market waste, organic waste, this waste can be converted into composting, and Professor said we can go for biomethanization also, bioenergy. So that is also possible. Composting actually in the urban area is very complex because there is a lot of space. It's a constraint there. So biomethanization is a potential option. And this biomethanization, when you go for it, we have to see the characteristics of the waste and what type of pre-treatment. Actually, for example, this biomethanization has been very successful in Cobra gas plant because we get a paste, like a scouting is a paste. So already started everything. So if you just mix with water and treat it, it's taken care of. Everything is there. But whereas the waste what we generate from municipality may not be uniform. We have fruits, vegetables, and other things, even carcass waste, slaughterhouse waste, etc. So what we thought is actually we had a chance of visiting Germany as a DAG program, where I saw the industries in Germany. They were using a green, what you call as the energy crops. They grow the crops, especially the normal corns, and grow it only for the purpose of feeding the digesters. They get energy out of it, and they purify the gas. Methane is to the 98%, and give it to the grid. Like we were talking about, morning somebody was talking about different grids we have. They also have a gas grids. So gas is used for heating purposes in many households there. So it is because of the climatic conditions, they use it. So this the gas was utilized by them, and even the agriculturists, they were getting a lot of value for that. So based on that concept, we thought, why don't we use the same concept? Though the Cobra gas plant is available with us, the knowledge is also available. Only thing is actually they were doing a segregation, what you call as the cutting process, that is called a shredding. That shredding actually, normal shredding is done in most of the biogas plants. And what we do is after shredding, we dilute with the water and we pump along with the water. So what happened actually, the water content is added to the digester is more. So what happened, the hydraulic retention time is reduced. So what we were trying, actually what we saw there is, they were having an extruder. There is a 2 screws, in between that waste will pass through that. So when the waste pass through that, you get some sort of a paste. So the material after shredding, you get a paste. So it is similar to what we have as a powder. So without even having water, if we have a screw pump, we have the right equipment, we can directly get into the digester without having any water also. So what happened actually, we will reduce the volume of the digester, and also you can increase the HRT. You can increase the HRT because we are not adding any water. And even after treating, we get a digestate that is also having a less amount of water. So even if you dewater it, or even if you take the digestate, we can also have a dewatering system and make it a cake and also liquid. Then this liquid also can be used as a liquid menu. So both can be used. So it will be very optimum. So based on this concept, what we thought is actually how this can be utilized for our Indian conditions. Then we found that in urban areas, in Chennai city, we have a vegetable market. It's called Coimbatore market. I think all the cities must be having these markets. This market is handling about more than 1,500 tons of vegetables and fruits on a daily basis. In that, we generate about the market generate about 150 to 200 kg of waste, fully organic, fruits and vegetables only. So he was talking about the agriculture waste that is generated in the farm. But what I'm talking is after farm, whatever is coming to the city during the distribution process, the waste that is generated, because everything cannot be, there will be some droppings, there will be some damages, etc. So this material also is wasted. So we get about 150 to 200 kg of waste in a single location. So that we thought is to be more suitable for similar concepts. So we thought we introduce this biomethanization process. And they were already having a biomethanization system which were using the normal shedding with water. So that process actually we wanted to change that. So we have put up a pilot plan. We actually under inter-German collaboration project, we have even the German company sponsored a machine that is extruder, and it has been installed in our campus, and we got about 5 kg of waste from the market every day. And actually, because this plant we had initially proposed to have it in the market location itself, because of this local permission and other the government setup, we didn't get a permission, so we put up in our campus. And this waste has been collected and shredded. After shredding, it goes to the extrusion process, and we get a paste, and it is passed to the digester, and we are getting about 65 to 70% of methane. And this methane actually can be used for any other application, because generally we have a lot of applications of methane. As such a biogas, we can burn it, or even you can purify it, and we can make it a cylinder and give it back to the different users. That is also possible. Or you can convert it to electricity also. But when you convert to electricity, the main concern is the conversion efficiency is very, very less. If you have a calorific value, you will not be able to 100%. So you will be getting only 30-35% as electricity. So that's why actually a lot of heat will be wasted. So that's why better you use the biogas as for the burning or thermal energy purposes. That's why actually we demonstrated that based on this concept, one company has taken up this for Chennai city. Now they put up a plan for 100 tons per day in Chennai city, and they are collecting the waste from the vegetable market and also from the hotels. The hotels are part of the members, and they give the waste back to the industry, and they collect the waste and do the digestion, and whatever the gas that comes in, they actually purify the gas. They make it to some sort of 98% purity, and cylinder compress the gas in the form of cylinder, then give it back to the hotel industry itself. That is how the circular economy, circular concept has been introduced. And whatever the digestate that comes in, actually this being utilized in the urban. We have a lot of parks. Urban corporation itself has a lot of parks in it. So they try to reuse that digestate also back into the urban area itself. So that is how this the concept of biogas for the vegetable market waste that has been demonstrated. And we also actually introduced another concept, because in addition to that, we also have a lot of other bulk waste. What I just mentioned about only vegetable market, we also have a lot of other slaughterhouses. We have urban slaughterhouses. If you go to the commercial slaughterhouses, where actually they cut the animals, and the meat is converted, used for consumption purposes, and they have non-edible portions. So whatever the non-edible portion, they send it to a rendering plant, and they utilize the meat product. What you call it, use it for different applications. Whereas in the commercial slaughterhouses, what they do is actually all the meat portion is sent for the consumption purposes, and all other is actually sent to the municipal waste dump site. That is how it is happening now. So what we thought is actually we wanted to use this also along with this vegetable market waste. So then we tried to do an experiment, and we found that this addition of the slaughterhouse waste to the vegetable market waste also increases the biogas yield, because there is a poor digestion. Because the animal waste has some amount of nutrients. that enhances the biogas yield also. So they call it as synergistic effect. So that is also another advantage we get. So similarly, other waste that are generated also can be utilized. So this concept has been done, and we found we done a lab scale studies as well as lab pilot plant studies, and this has been successfully demonstrated in the pilot level for 500 kg. Then actually when we did this project, we came to know that even the vegetable market out of 150 to 200 kg, we have something called the fibrous base. So we know the banana petal. You know, this banana comes to the market with the clumsy of banana stems. Then the center portion is a waste. Actually, it's called banana petal. Even that, there is about 30 to 40 tons of this banana petal alone is generated in the Coimbatore market. Then when we actually analyze the composition, we found that it has a more amount of lignin content. So the lignin is not that much suitable for biomethanization because it's not degradable portion. So what we thought is actually, what is the other alternative for that? So we found that this lignin substances can be converted into the form of biochar through pyrolysis process. That also was actually being done in agricultural products. I think agriculture also they use this pyrolysis process converted into a biochar. But only the drawback what we had is the moisture content, because when we want to send it to pyrolysis, the feed moisture content should be less than 15%. Whereas the moisture content this banana petal is about 70%, 70 to 75%. So what we did is actually we shredded the banana petal and dewatered mechanically. Even if you do mechanical dewatering, we can bring it to 50 to 60%. The bound moisture content was not coming off. So even like what we do in a filter press, even if you do a filter press, we get about 70% moisture. The same way here also, even mechanical press, we are able to bring it to only 60 to 70% of moisture. So what we thought is actually we want to have a different approach. So what we did is we gone for a solar drying process. The solar drying actually we use a polycarbonated sheet, which is having tendency to absorb the heat and retain for longer time. So for example, if you make this polycarbonated sheet, the temperature here will be 50 to 20 degree more than the outside temperature. For example, if the outside temperature is 35 degree, here it will go up to 50 degree, 55 degree. Similarly, if it is over 40, it will go up to 65 degree. Then you have measured up to even 65 degree inside the solar dryer. So that actually accelerates the drying process. So we have introduced this after shredding, then after mechanical dewatering, we dry it in the solar dryer, then we send it to the pyrolysis system. In the pyrolysis process, the general process, we don't have much special design. Only thing is general pyrolysis, there are a possibility of converting into a gas phase, and we also get oil, oil. Whereas in this design from our German, this is again an Indo-German project funded by Indo-German Technology Center. Here what we have done is actually this will be a two-stage pyrolysis process. The first stage, when the pyrolysis happens, what are the hydrocarbons that is formed is combusted in the same chamber. Thus, there is another chamber at the top, bottom one will be a pyrolysis process. What are the hydrocarbons formed will go to the next, the top zone where actually we do a combustion. There will be oxygen supply for that, and combustion also happens inside that. And we get a hot, what you call a thermal energy. So what we have done is actually the water is passed through that, and the hot water is taken out. This water actually in Germany, what they do is they use this again hot water for room heating purposes. Whereas actually in India, we don't have that requirement because in Chennai, there is no need of water heating, room heating purpose. So what we thought is actually again, we use this hot water for heating our floor of the solar dryer. So what we did actually, we made a pipeline arrangement so that the hot water that is coming pyrolysis will pass through the floor. So that the drying also, the heat is also generated from the floor level. So that the evaporation can be accelerated further. So that way we have utilized that heat also. Or if you want to use this kind of heat, for example, if it is available in a huge quantity, we can convert it into a refrigeration system also. The hot water also can be converted to a refrigeration system, and that can be used for chilling the fruits and vegetables in the market also. That concept is also possible. So as it's a small pilot plant, we have not gone for that. We have used only for floor heating. So these concepts can be utilized. And whatever the biochar, the end of pyrolysis, what we need is biochar and hot water. The biochar, as everybody knows, has a lot of nutrients like potash. We're talking about potash, and also they also have organic carbon, soil organic carbon. We know that soil organic carbon levels are getting reduced in all our Indian soils. This can be fed to the soil so that the fertility value can be improved. So that is how actually the municipal soil base, though if you can do a one thing is to avoid or reduce the generation itself. Then, if you generate, one is segregation. If you can segregate this, especially the bulk waste, because this doesn't require any major involvement of any individuals. Because vegetable market is going to be a vegetable market. We don't expect anything else more than that. Sometimes small paper, plastic may be there. Other than that, sometimes some metal, dye, etc. may be there. That's all. Other than that, we don't find any other materials there. So this is the concept in which we have been working, and this we found that is a suitable option of utilizing the waste and also converting your value-added products and meeting the requirement of circular economy concept within the stops.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, for presenting your views on different types of municipal solid waste and what are the options for their management, especially focusing on their utilization, converting them to value-added products. Thank you once again. Now we'll move to our third panelist, Mr. Saurabh Mohta, who represents industry, Technoform, Metroform Techno Industries, which is the casting industry. So casting industry generates significant quantities of waste, industrial waste like dust, foundry sand. So would like to hear from Mr. Mohta, what are the challenges associated with management of such waste, how this waste can be minimized, and how this waste can be utilized. So over to you, Dr. Mr. Mohta.
Thank you, sir. My work has been eased out by the predecessors to me. As we spoke, as I could hear, waste minimization was our first priority. So whatever we were consuming, actually we consume a lot of sand. Foundry consumes a lot of sand. Otherwise, जो भी metal generate होता है वो तो recycle हो जाता है. So the major problem in foundry is sand. So for 1 kg of casting, we use approximately 2 kgs of sand. So हमारा पहला motto was to reduce the amount of sand we are using per kg per unit of casting. Similarly, we put all these matrices to water, electricity, and everything. So now foundry industry across the country monitors per unit production consumption of all the consumables. So when we are coming to that, we started by thinking how can we reduce the consumption. So when we are using sand, we introduce a lot of solid metal pieces which could create voids and thereby reduce the volume of sand coming in contact with the castings. So first step was to reduce the consumption of sand. क्योंकि जो भी sand एक बार casting के touch में आ गई, it gets burnt out, then it's a waste. So then we introduced better quality of coatings which could avoid more amount of sand from getting burned. Thereby we reduce approximately 40 to 45% of sand being consumed and then it being burnt out. So firstly was we got to from 2 kgs per ton of per kg of good cast, we came down to 0.9 kgs of sand per 1 kg of good cast. So this was our first priority. Then secondly, there are ways and means available by which we can reclaim the sand whatever we are using. So there are mechanical reclamation options, there are thermal reclamation options. Thermal so far is not very deeply used in India because it is too costly.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. This sand sand which is generated from the casting. Many industries, they refer their problem to us. So they are not sure whether the sand, spent sand, burnt sand generated from foundry, whether this is a hazardous waste or this is a non-hazardous waste.
So this is a non-hazardous.
This is a non-hazardous waste.
Yes, we have got it tested. There is no leachate. Even grass grows when foundry sand is kept heaped in a place for some time. We have tried and tested that grass grows in that sand.
So once if it is a hazardous waste, then you have to refer it to the Central Pollution Control Board. They have a separate committee for giving permission for utilization of hazardous waste.
Yes.
But in this case, since it is a non-hazardous waste, we can very well explore all possible options for its utilization.
Yes.
Yeah.
So first was the reclamation, so that we don't throw out whatever sand we are consuming, whatever sand we are generating as a waste, so-called waste. So we could consume approximately 70% of our sand, which was getting thrown or which was getting dumped into the landfills. For the remaining 30%, then we contacted many other bodies like we got in touch with BNIT, Civil Engineering Department, and we could figure out that we are able to replace river sand with the waste sand from foundries, and we could make RCC and other concretes up to M60 grade of this concrete. So we made a paver blocks with using 60% of the foundry waste sand, replacing river sand.
So any pre-treatment is required before
No pre-treatment is required. We avoided contamination of that sand with small metal pieces. So not exactly pre-treatment, but screening, yes. We did, yeah. It's a process because we want to get the metal out of that. That is used inside our plant only. So we did screening, and the screen sand was then used for making of construction products. So we could make precast wall panel, paver blocks, and finally we could also make RCC. And as a pilot project, we then made an RCC road in our factory. And that road, I think, is functioning for more than 5 years now, with all 40, 60, 80 tons trucks passing through that, cranes passing through that, the main road, the main entrance of our foundry. So that is how our first chapter of generation of foundry waste and making use in alternate things came down. I just wanted to add, we also took initiatives in reselling whatever was left out in terms of, like, we use a lot of paint brushes. So, and most of them were manufactured in Nagpur itself. So we started proposing to our suppliers who were manufacturers that can you take the handles from us. So initially there was a resistance. Later on we started giving them the handles. So commercial benefit, we could get some amount of discount out of that for the handles which were not broken. And the circular benefit was those handles were used again and again. Only the bristles were to be fit on those handles. So that was a good benefit to us, and we are continuing with that. Later on, we introduced such things in many other things. Like we are getting grinding wheels which are locally made. So we have stopped using the corrugated box packing. Instead, we have introduced a permanent type of packaging. So we have reduced a lot of packaging burden on us. Then we started telling our vendors to avoid using packaging plastics. The benefit of that was, first, our drain stopped choking. नहीं तो प्लास्टिक वेस्ट इतना जनरेट हो जाता है कि ड्रेन चोक हो जाते हैं एंड सिंपली नोबडी केयर्स कि भी वो वेस्ट प्लास्टिक है उसको उठा के डालो, वो डंप हो ही जाता है. तो ड्रेन चोक होना बंद, मतलब बहुत अभी 10% रह गया है प्रॉब्लम ड्रेन चोकिंग का, and we have reduced considerable amount of plastic component. So these initiatives we took. Major of that what we discussed was developing the waste from foundry, which is sand, burnt sand, and using it to manufacture paver blocks, RCC concrete, this plain concretes, and they are now sustaining. And I got inspired from a gentleman in Coimbatore. His name is Mr. Vishwanathan. He runs a very big foundry in the name of Amarun Foundries. So that person started taking initiative in making use of waste sand into concrete. But because he did not have any research certification, he could not give the technology or he could not tell people standard recipes of that. He said, I have done my test trial and error method, you do by the same. We went with PNIT, we now have certification. So, and we have an academic patent, but that was more or less for a personal satisfaction. We have started circulating the same research paper to foundries across my own circles. So Kirloskar Ferrous has started manufacturing paver blocks and bricks out of their waste foundry side.
So, did you face any bottlenecks while utilizing this sand where you think some policy interventions are required, or maybe some government interventions, bureaucratic interventions are required? Did you come across any such situation like utilization?
Sir, till the time we are using that internally, it is okay. We tried to use in some projects which were a government project because my some relatives are builders and they do government contracting. And the moment we were using that sand, the inspectors from the government body who were responsible for that project, that they got annoyed and they told us to throw that sand completely. We showed them the research papers, research documents. So I believe that if we want to really have a circular economy, if we really want to have waste utilization, we need a very strong government intervention. Last session I was listening something about incentivization. If not incentivization, at least encouragement and support from the government is needed. Intervention from senior level is needed so that people who are on the executive level of bureaucracy and don't understand technology at least follow the instructions which are from the top. Otherwise, this will be on paper, it looks good, but whenever we are going for larger scale, it won't be, I think, beneficial.
Yeah, maybe I can give some suggestion in this regard. Like there are institutions which help certifying these products. For example, NCCPM, National Council for Building Cement Building Material. So maybe you can approach them, get your products tested, and get it certified, especially the sand. Similarly, if you want to use the sand for road construction, there is the National Indian Road Congress. They also you can demonstrate its utility. They can give some certificates. So with these certificates, you can approach different different people who can utilize this space.
Sir, I would be happy to if you can connect me to some senior people who can listen to us.
Yeah, sure.
If I have ears, I can shout out at anybody.
Right.
I have a very strong research document with me.
Yeah.
We did the research for almost 2 years.
Right.
We tested everything. Even during COVID, we did that research. Right. So we have very strong document.
Yeah, actually we have to demonstrate. Like NEERI, we are doing many such projects. For example, Hindustan Zinc Limited, they generate a huge quantity of waste. This is called xenosite. Right? So the xenosite previously they used to just dispose of within their premises, and there used to be huge mountains of such waste. Then they approached us. Then we, in association with our sister lab CSIR-NEERI, we carried out the studies. We created a test patch at one of the site, and we studied its environmental performance. CSIR-NEERI studied its engineering properties. Then it was then the industry approached the Indian Road Congress. They gave them the permission. Now huge quantities of this waste they are permitted to use in road construction. So in this case also definitely if you approach such agencies, they'll help you.
We would be happy, and more or less the Institute of Indian Foundrymen would be happy with such.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And IIF is a very strong body, very energetic body.
Yeah.
It's almost 75-year-old organization. But I can take the word there also.
Definitely. So instead of approaching individually, maybe you can approach through your association. That will have more impact.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Mohta. Now we'll move on to our fourth panelist, Mr. Nitin Srivastav. Is representing Raymond's industry, and their industry is textile industry. So we'd like to know what are the challenges faced by textile industry, what kind of waste you are generating, what are the challenges associated, and what could be the sustainable solutions for management of this waste.
Thank you. The textile industry is a process industry, so like any other process industry, we have waste similar to that. Major one is the ETP sludge. And we have, so far as hazardous is concerned, we have oil and grease waste and chemical containers. We have fly ash because we have steam uses in the process. And besides that, many other non-hazardous waste are there, so far as solid waste is concerned. So, so far as the generation is concerned, it's always like for us, it is very low comparing to many other industries. We generate about 90 ton per 2000 cubic meter of effluent. And same is the case with fly ash. Earlier we were using Indian coal, so it was about 30% of the coal uses. Now we have switched over almost 60% to biomass, so which has brought it down to about 15% of our fuel consumption. So far as challenge is concerned, sludge is slurry, having high moisture. Its disposal is a big challenge, wherein you need to first go in for a lot of energy consuming methods to take away the moisture. And then disposal itself is a costly affair. And though we have discussed about incentivization is not so good, but sometimes it helps. Like it's like if you are injured, going to hospital helps. So that particularly for textile industry, which is not passing through a very good phase, this kind of government intervention is actually would be a welcome step. So far as Raymond is concerned, we have reduced the sludge to great extent. We have worked at all stages, like we are using ZDSC, which is zero discharge of hazardous chemical, certified chemical. We are almost 97% of ZDSC chemical is used in the process. Then we are having a lot of control on our water consumptions. In fact, we are only company in the world which use only 7% of fresh water for our manufacturing uses. Just now we got a Government of India award for that also. So the water is less. So the effluent generation is less, and the effluent having ZDSC chemicals, so COD and GOD is much lower there. Then we have 100% biological effluent treatment plant. We don't use a single drop of chemical there. By that, the sludge which we generate is more of biological nature. And then we take it to the sludge mineralization chamber, wherein the sludge is further reduced by 30% and it is better composed. So the sludge generation and then taking away the moisture becomes much easier there. So all these things followed by the sludge dryer. We have a MPCB permitted sludge dryer wherein we dry our sludge within our premises, and that dried sludge is then used back as fuel to the furnace of sludge dryer. We are not zero liquid discharge, we are zero discharge pump. So which is why the challenges which I talked about is actually not applicable to us except for the cost. Cost is a big contributor. Just to give you an estimate, it gives around 50 rupees a meter loading only on the handling of all these things. और जब कपड़ा खरीदने जाते हैं तो 15 रुपए डिस्काउंट मांग लेते हैं लोग. So that is challenge, a big challenge. Fly ash is something which is not very specific to textile, but it is applicable to almost all industries, and the challenges are almost same. Fortunately for us, it is different again. हमारे यहाँ पे we are the only industry, so there is a shortage of fly ash. हमारे यहाँ line लगती है, and we have a different challenge to who to say yes and who to say no. But nowadays, so it is being used in the road construction also. So a lot of uses of fly ash bricks are also there. So that I won't say that it is a challenge anymore. And as I was talking about, we are switching over. We are working with a target of 0 by 2025 December. We'll be eradicating all the coal uses. So I was wondering how are the ash which would be generated out of biomass, uska kya karna hai? So I got a solution here itself. So that challenge is जिंदा होने से भले ही मर गया. So that is there. I think chemical drum and all is again a common stuff. We actually wash it inside and we convert that as non-hazardous. Most of the companies, it becomes a hazardous waste. But in our case, because we have established a proper washing system and it goes into the effluent, so our chemical drums are labeled as non-hazardous. So that's not a challenge, so to say. I guess I have answered it.
So that is really appreciating that we have seen most of the industries, whatever waste is generated, they don't bother for its treatment, its utilization. They simply they'll send it to the TSDF operator. They'll pay maybe some 5,000 rupees a ton, and that is a huge burden on the industry.
Incineration is much costly.
Yeah, incineration is much costlier. It is more than 10,000 rupees a ton. So it's really appreciating that we have taken a lot of initiatives and you are promoting your industry as zero waste disposal industry. So thank you.
One more thing I would like to highlight here, which is not hazardous waste, but the waste, because used garment itself is a big waste, and it's a big challenge for the whole of the world to handle. So we are into big way of PCW uses, which is post-consumer waste, wherein the garment is converted back into the fiber, and we are using those fibers in big way in our company. Besides that, if you might have seen the advertisement of Levi's, wherein they were saying that 6 PET bottles were converted in one garment, one pair of jeans. So the fabric was made by us. Because this is solid waste, again, sorry for finding this here.
So thank you, Mr. Srivastava. So we had detailed deliberations on different types of waste. Dr. Matavanes spoke about agriculture waste. Dr. Srinivasan spoke about municipal solid waste. Mr. Mohta and Mr. Srivastava, they elaborated on the industrial solid and hazardous waste. So we can now have some questions from the audience to the panelists.
My question to Nitin sir, this is regarding how you're looking at circularity within your dyeing process, because this is the process that will actually putting a major load on your ETP side, even the ETP sludge, even the different colors are there. So how the circularity is coming into the textile from a dyeing industry?
So I am representing indigo consuming industry, which is a denim industry, and indigo is bigger culprit than any other dye. मतलब if you go back to the history, तो नील की खेती में जमीन बंजर हो गई थी, तो even the natural indigo is so dangerous, तो हम तो artificial वाले. So circularity is like there are 2-3 aspects we work on. One is we reuse a lot of indigo wherever it is possible. We recover that and we use it. That's the one way of doing that. The second thing is there's a company called Dystar. They are coming up with a Kavira dye stuff, which has a very low footprint. So we are using that as well. There are plants wherein you can recover indigo from the effluent. So we don't have it because denim is a fashion wear. So that's only possible when you use only indigo. We use a lot of sulfur and other colors. When you mix other colors with it, it is not possible to recover that. So which is why, but what we do is we have a big, very caustic recovery plant. We were the pioneer in denim industry across the globe to install caustic recovery plants. It was being used in shirting plant in big way, but in the denim, in fact, we have been kind of reference point to companies from Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and Bangladesh, and many other countries who actually was wondering how come caustic recovery plant be used in a denim. So there, because caustic is a big pollutant, I'm sure, I know you have asked about diester, but you are well aware that caustic is a bigger enemy than diester. So we recover almost 90% of the caustic if we use. I hope I have answered it. Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience to other panelists? Okay, so in case there are no more questions, I think we can wind up this session.
मतलब सर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री के लिए तालियां तो बजती है, एक भी क्वेश्चन नहीं, सब समझ गए हमने।
नहीं, सारी चीजें आपने इतनी क्लियरली आपने बताई है, तो वैसा आपके डाउट ऑडियंस के माइंड में आ नहीं। So I thank all the panelists for taking out time and being here with us in this panel discussion. I hope the audience they are immensely benefited with the knowledge and experience they have shared. It is not just the specific industry what they are representing, it is the approach what they are following, like making modifications to their raw material and then doing various waste minimization approaches. So that is the key point that we need to follow. It can be extended and it can be implemented in different industries. So with this, I stop here. Yeah.
Only one, just
yeah.
Maybe we discussed about different aspects of solid waste, but municipal waste actually this because everybody thinks that it's a government or somebody corporation responsibility. Corporation cannot do it. So actually it has to start from individuals. Actually, we have to when we dispose the waste, we have to find the appropriate place for disposing the waste, and wherever possible, try to avoid first of all. Wherever possible, for example, when you travel, try to have a water can with you or something like that. So this even now, even railway stations there are dispensers available where we can use our own bottles and get the water, treated water, RO water. So those methodologies has to be followed by individuals. Then only this the solid waste can be addressed because now we must be knowing. I don't know about Nagpur. In Chennai, we have a small mountain. I think Delhi also have, Kazipur has a small mountains of waste. So all when we talk about sustainability, our future generation, that's what we are talking about it. So our future generation will say that my grandfather has generated this, they are all responsible for this mountain. So they should not be telling like that. So we have to be responsible from individual side because there are research, policy, awareness, and even, for example, even when I visited one of the conferences in Hong Kong, they took us to a landfill site where actually they have a small exhibit where actually all the school children are taken there and they're given the methodology how it should be disposed of. You see how it is being dumped as of now. And if you continue like this, you will see only the mountains of similar nature. So you have to be proactive and little responsible for this generation. And to the extent possible, we have to be. Just I want to convey this. Yeah, please.
You said small mountain. I think you have compared it with Mount Everest. That looks like small mountain.
Yes.
The major issue actually is we are not segregating our waste. Like our waste contains paper, plastic, glass, metal, textile, and so many things, rubber. So if we mix everything, then it's very difficult to have solutions with the waste. So segregation is the key issue. Once you segregate, most of your waste gets recycled. Only the organic part, as explained by them, we can have we can go for a biomethanation. We can
go for compressed biogas. So if we segregate the waste, there are so many technologies available. But if you mix everything, then it's very difficult. That is why we have such huge mountains just on the outskirts of the cities, because it's very difficult to process once we mix everything.
That actually another one is I was thinking this is one approach. Another one is actually the extended producer responsibility. Whoever is generating, actually when we, for example, this water bottle is generated, you know that it is going to be utilized and it is disposed in Nagpur. So the part of the money for this water bottle should go for the corporation. Because anyway they are going to end of the day, they are going to handle it. So there you collect the disposal cost also along with the water bottle. Or if they give it the right person, actually in Germany, they have a this used bottles, we can give it back and you get a 2 cents or something like that, 10 cents, something like that, 15 cents for different color bottles. So that approach, if it is available, we should give it back and get the money. If you are not giving it, at least this money goes to the corporation to handle it. Because, for example, in case of normal waste generated from an airport, for example, yesterday also I saw some video where actually water bottle is outside is 10 rupees, the same water bottle 50 rupees in airport. But after usage, it goes to the dump and again it comes to the normal corporation. The same side, because when it is coming from airport, it should go to they should pay for that because they have paid 50 rupees for that water. But some amount of water, the cost should go for disposal of waste coming to the airport. But actually, this airport is also disposing similar to what the person in the slum is paying for the property tax or whatever for the solid waste. So this also has to be brought in. This the mechanism has to be brought in so that this can be taken care of. This is just an example. Thank you.
So thank you very much, the panelists. What will you illustrate?
Thank you so much, sir. Your perspectives have been incredibly enlightening and have helped deepen our understanding of the critical role that effective waste management and circular economics play in shaping a sustainable future. With that, we have come to our last panel discussion as well. So I now request our moderator, Dr. Patil, to present the mementos to all the speakers and panelists. I request Dr. Sachin sir to kindly present a memento to Patil sir, the moderator. I request all of you to pose for a group photograph. So as we move towards the end of the summit, let us reflect on today's key takeaways. So, so you can sit there, I can start. Yeah, yes. So we'll just do the concluding remarks and so I'll give a brief details and concluding remark of all the 3 sessions that we had today. So it was a very insightful panel discussion today, and I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers and all the participants who have contributed to this critical conversation. We have had a robust discussion spanning several interconnected topics that are key to building a sustainable and resilient future. So firstly, the first session, which dealt with the importance of water and wastewater management. Access to clean water and proper waste management treatment are foundation to both public health and environmental sustainability. We have learned that sustainable water management is not just about preserving our freshwater resources, but also about ensuring that wastewater is treated and reused efficiently. Thereby, closing the loop in water use is important. The integration of innovative technologies and improved infrastructure will be crucial in addressing the global water challenges and ensuring equitable access to this precious resource. Now, next, we had environmental sustainability and decarbonization, where we discussed how urgent it is to reduce our carbon footprint across sectors, from industry to transportations and even in daily life. Decarbonization is not a far off goal. It is happening now through advancements in renewable energy, carbon capture technologies, and sustainable practices. Today's discussion reinforced that achieving net zero emissions will require a concerted effort across all sectors with governments, business, and individuals. That means all the stakeholders' engagements, which plays an important role in this transformation. And then third, we also tackled the complex issue of solid waste management, which remains a significant global challenge. And solid waste has long been seen as a burden, but through the lens of a circular economy, we now see the potential for turning waste into valuable resources. From reducing waste through better design to recycling and repurposing materials, the circular economy offers a roadmap for sustainable consumption. The conversation also highlighted how agriculture waste, textile waste, and other waste can be as a major source and other sustainable uses, benefiting both the environment and the economy. So this session has shown us that the challenges we face, whether in water management, decarbonization, waste, or sustainability, are interconnected. So the solutions too must be holistic and multifaceted. They require innovation, collaboration, and a systematic shift in how we approach the resources and waste we generate. So our discussions have provided a wealth of ideas and strategies, I believe, but the real work begins with action. It's clear that sustainability is not a choice, but an imperative for our future. So finally, I would like to thank once again to all our distinguished panelists, participants, and audience for your time, dedications, and commitment to a more sustainable future. So let's move forward with renewed energy and a collective commitment to create a greener, cleaner, and more sustainable world for future generations. So now with that, I would like to request Dr. Amit Bansiwal to present the official vote of thanks.
Although the morning vote of thanks was also official, but on behalf of NEERI and Director CSIR-NEERI and CSIR-NEERI family, I would like to again express our sincere, heartfelt thanks to all of you, in fact, the chief guest of honor and the directors from other CSIR laboratories, all the participants, particularly the huge response from the industry is worth praising. So we are really thankful to all those participants who have came from different parts of the country and joined us for this today's event. Thanks to, in fact, I came with a specific purpose to give special thanks to my team, because I am blessed to have a team like this who have worked tirelessly day and night. Along with team CII, Anurag is sitting here. He was also there till late last night. So we are really thankful to the team who have made this event successful, particularly looking after the logistics and other parts. So I'm really thankful to the entire team. I'm not naming anyone, but thanks goes to each and every one of you for contributions you have made to make this event a successful event. Last but not the least, the support from the administration and other colleagues from CSIR-NEERI for organizing this event is also very well appreciated, and we are really grateful and thankful to each and everyone who have contributed for making this event a successful event. And I may have missed anyone, but that is not intentional. So I would like to thank each and everyone who have contributed directly or indirectly for organizing this event, and thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So that brings us the end of Green Horizon Summit. Thank you all for your active participation and valuable contribution. Please join for the high tea, which is arranged outside.
Yes.
Matthew, up जाओ Matthew.